There are seasons in life when the mind feels like a battlefield that never becomes quiet. You wake up already tired, even though the day has not yet begun, and a subtle heaviness follows you everywhere like a shadow that refuses to leave. You try to stay strong for others, you continue your responsibilities, and you convince yourself that you just need to push harder. But inside, something feels broken, confused, or lost. Buddhism teaches that stress and depression are not random punishments from life. They are signals that something deep within you is asking to be understood. Healing does not begin by forcing yourself to feel happy. Healing begins when you learn to see clearly, to soften your resistance, and to return to the truth of your own inner nature. These 12 powerful Buddhist lessons are not quick fixes or motivational slogans. They are deep realizations that can slowly transform the way you experience pain, fear, and emotional suffering. 1. Your suffering has a source, and it is not you. One of the most painful things that happens during stress and depression is that a person slowly starts believing that something is wrong with them. They begin to think that they are weak, broken, or incapable of living a happy life. Every negative emotion feels like proof that they are the problem. Buddhism teaches a very different and very healing truth. It explains that suffering does not appear without a reason. Just like a plant grows because of certain conditions such as soil, water, and sunlight, emotional pain also grows because of certain inner and outer conditions. It can come from past hurts that were never fully healed, from constantly trying to meet impossible expectations, from comparing yourself with others, or from holding tightly to how you think life should be. When you start understanding that your suffering is connected to these causes and not to your true worth as a human being, something powerful begins to change inside you. Instead of attacking yourself with blame and shame, you begin to observe your thoughts and emotions with patience and curiosity. You start asking gentle questions like, "What is really hurting inside me?" Or, "What am I afraid of losing?" This shift from judging yourself to understanding yourself creates space for healing. It allows compassion to grow where criticism once lived, and this is often the very first step toward emotional freedom. 2. The present moment is the only place healing can happen. Many people who feel stressed or depressed spend most of their time thinking about what has already happened or worrying about what might happen next. The mind keeps replaying painful memories, past mistakes, or missed opportunities, and this creates feelings of regret and sadness. At the same time, it imagines future problems, fears rejection, failure, or uncertainty, which increases anxiety and tension. Buddhism teaches that this habit of living in the past and future takes away the only place where real life and real healing can occur: the present moment. The present is not just a small part of time, it is the space where your breath is moving, where your body is alive, and where change is actually possible. When you gently bring your attention back to what is happening right now, such as feeling the air entering your lungs, noticing the ground under your feet, or simply observing the sounds around you, the mind begins to slow down. You may still feel pain, but it becomes less overwhelming because you are no longer feeding it with endless thoughts. Slowly, the present moment becomes a safe place instead of something you are trying to escape from. This simple practice of awareness helps the nervous system relax, clears mental confusion, and allows emotional wounds to soften naturally. Healing does not happen all at once, but every time you return to the present, you take a small step toward inner peace. 3. Impermanence is not your enemy, it is your liberation. One of the biggest reasons stress and depression feel so heavy is because the mind quietly starts believing that the current pain will last forever. When you are going through a difficult emotional phase, days begin to feel longer, hope feels distant, and the future starts to look like a continuation of the same suffering. This creates a feeling of being trapped inside your own life. Buddhism introduces a powerful truth that can slowly break this illusion. It teaches that everything in existence is constantly changing. Nothing stays the same, not situations, not relationships, not emotions, and not even the way you see yourself. The sadness you feel today is not a permanent identity. It is a temporary experience moving through your mind and body. However, many people fear change because they want stability and certainty. They try to hold on to familiar patterns, even if those patterns are painful. They hold on to old memories, old versions of themselves, or old expectations about how life should look. This resistance to change creates more suffering than change itself. When you begin to understand impermanence deeply, you realize that change is not something that is happening against you. It is something that is happening for you. Without change, healing would be impossible. Without change, growth would never occur. Even nature shows this truth clearly. The night does not fight the arrival of morning. The seasons do not resist their own transformation. Everything flows, evolves, and renews itself. In the same way, your emotional world is also in motion. Even when you feel stuck, subtle shifts are happening inside you. New insights are forming, old wounds are slowly losing their intensity, and your mind is learning from experiences in ways you may not immediately notice. When you accept impermanence, you stop panicking during difficult moments. Instead of thinking, "This pain will never end," you begin to tell yourself, "This is a phase, and like all phases, it will pass." This simple shift in perspective reduces fear and gives you the strength to stay present with your emotions without feeling overwhelmed. Impermanence also teaches you to appreciate moments of peace and happiness more deeply. When you know that everything is temporary, you stop taking calm moments for granted. You become more mindful of simple joys, such as a quiet morning, a meaningful conversation, or even a moment of rest. This awareness creates emotional balance because you are no longer clinging desperately to happiness or running desperately from sadness. You start trusting the natural rhythm of life. Understanding impermanence is liberating because it removes the idea that you are permanently broken or permanently lost. It reminds you that transformation is always possible. Just as a storm eventually clears and the sky reveals its openness again, your mind also has the ability to return to clarity and peace. The more you accept change as a natural law of life, the less you suffer from resistance. Slowly, you begin to flow with life instead of fighting against it. And in that flow, healing becomes not just possible, but inevitable. 4. You are not your thoughts. One of the quietest but most powerful reasons stress and depression become overwhelming is that people start believing everything their mind tells them. A single negative thought appears, and before they realize it, they have accepted it as truth. Thoughts such as, "I am not good enough," "My life will never improve," or "Something is wrong with me," begin to repeat inside the mind, like an echo that does not stop. Over time, these thoughts start shaping emotions, behavior, and even identity. A person no longer says, "I am having a negative thought." Instead, they begin to say, "This is who I am." This is where suffering deepens. Buddhism offers a very liberating understanding by teaching that thoughts are not facts, and they are not the essence of who you are. They are mental events that arise and pass away, just like sounds arise and fade in the environment. If you sit quietly for a moment and observe your mind, you will notice that thoughts appear on their own. You do not choose every thought consciously. Some thoughts are influenced by past experiences, fears, social conditioning, and emotional wounds. Some are simply random mental activity. The problem is not that thoughts exist. The problem is that we become entangled in them. We start reacting to every thought as if it were an urgent message that must be believed and acted upon. This creates mental exhaustion and emotional instability. Buddhist mindfulness practice teaches you to step back and become the observer of your thoughts instead of their prisoner. Imagine sitting by a river and watching leaves float on the water. Each leaf represents a thought. Some are pleasant, some are disturbing, some are confusing. If you jump into the river to chase every leaf, you will quickly become tired and overwhelmed. But if you sit on the shore and simply watch, the leaves continue to flow without controlling you. In the same way, when you observe thoughts without immediately reacting to them, their power begins to weaken. This understanding creates a space between you and your mental noise. In that space, freedom begins to grow. You start realizing that your true nature is not the constant stream of thinking, but the awareness that is capable of noticing those thoughts. Awareness is calm, steady, and spacious. Thoughts are temporary, changing, and often unreliable. When you learn to rest in awareness, negative thoughts lose their ability to define your reality. Over time, this practice also reduces fear of the mind itself. Many people feel trapped because they believe their thoughts are uncontrollable and dangerous. But when you observe them patiently, you see that even the darkest thought eventually fades away if it is not fed with attention and belief. This does not mean you will never have negative thoughts again. It means you will stop being controlled by them. You will begin to respond to life with more clarity, less emotional reactivity, and greater inner stability. Understanding that you are not your thoughts is deeply healing because it changes your relationship with yourself. Instead of fighting your mind or feeling ashamed of what you think, you develop curiosity and compassion. You become less judgmental and more accepting of your human experience. Slowly, the mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts disappear completely, but because you are no longer giving them unnecessary importance. This quietness creates space for peace, creativity, and genuine happiness to emerge naturally. When you truly realize that thoughts are just passing mental waves and not your true identity, you stop drowning in them. You begin to stand on the shore of awareness, watching the waves come and go. And in that moment, you understand that inner freedom was never far away. It was hidden behind the simple misunderstanding that you and your thoughts were the same. Once this misunderstanding dissolves, the path toward healing becomes clearer, lighter, and more hopeful. 5. Suffering multiplies when you run from it. One of the most instinctive reactions human beings have toward emotional pain is the desire to escape from it. When stress, sadness, fear, loneliness, or inner emptiness begins to rise, the mind immediately starts searching for ways to avoid feeling uncomfortable. You may try to stay constantly busy, fill every silent moment with noise, or distract yourself with work, entertainment, social media, or conversations that keep you from facing what is really happening inside. At first, this strategy appears to work because the pain becomes less noticeable for a short time. However, Buddhism teaches a very important truth. What you run from does not disappear. It only hides beneath the surface and slowly gathers strength. Unprocessed emotions do not simply vanish. They remain stored in the mind and body like unfinished stories waiting to be heard. Every time you push away a feeling without understanding it, you leave a part of your inner experience unresolved. Over time, these unresolved emotions begin to accumulate. This accumulation creates a subtle but constant tension within you. You may feel restless without knowing why, irritated by small things, or deeply tired even after resting. Sometimes you may feel overwhelmed by sudden waves of anxiety or sadness that seem to come out of nowhere. In reality, these waves are often the result of emotions that were avoided in the past. Buddhist wisdom invites you to respond to suffering in a completely different way. Instead of escaping discomfort, it encourages you to turn toward it with gentle awareness. This does not mean you should force yourself to suffer or become trapped in painful thoughts. It means allowing yourself to notice what you are feeling without immediately trying to fix, judge, or suppress it. When sadness arises, you can pause and simply observe how it feels in your chest, your breathing, or your thoughts. When fear appears, you can acknowledge its presence without labeling it as a weakness. This mindful attention begins to reduce the intensity of the emotion because you are no longer feeding it with resistance. Facing suffering also helps you understand yourself more deeply. Emotional pain often carries important messages about unmet needs, personal boundaries, past experiences, or unrealistic expectations. When you stop running, you create space to listen to these messages. This listening does not happen through overthinking, but through quiet awareness. As you sit with your feelings, you may begin to see patterns in your life that were previously hidden. You may realize that certain situations trigger old wounds, or that constant self-criticism increases your mental pressure. This understanding is not meant to make you feel worse. It is meant to guide you toward healing and wiser choices. Another powerful transformation occurs when you stop avoiding suffering. You begin to develop emotional courage. At first, difficult feelings may seem overwhelming, but with practice, you learn that you can experience them without losing control. This realization builds inner strength. You start trusting your ability to face challenges instead of fearing them. The mind becomes more stable because it no longer depends on perfect circumstances to feel safe. Instead of reacting impulsively to discomfort, you learn to respond with patience and clarity. Buddhism teaches that suffering becomes heavier when we resist it, and lighter when we allow it to move naturally through our awareness. Just like a storm eventually passes across the sky, emotions also pass when they are given space. When you constantly run away, you keep the storm alive inside you. But when you stand still and observe it, the storm gradually loses its energy. This does not mean healing happens instantly. It is a gradual process of learning to stay present with your experience again and again, until the mind realizes that pain is not permanent. Over time, this new relationship with suffering brings a deeper kind of peace. It is not the temporary peace that comes from distractions or external comfort. It is a steady peace that grows from understanding your own mind. You become less afraid of emotional waves because you know they will not last forever. You become less reactive to stressful situations because you have practiced staying calm in the presence of discomfort. Slowly, suffering stops controlling your life. Instead, it becomes a teacher that guides you towards self-awareness, resilience, and compassion. When you truly understand that running from pain multiplies suffering while facing it reduces its power, a profound shift begins inside you. You stop seeing emotional challenges as enemies and start seeing them as opportunities for growth. This shift transforms your inner world. It allows healing to happen naturally, not through force, but through wisdom. And in this wisdom, you discover that peace was never about avoiding pain. It was about learning how to meet pain with awareness, courage, and kindness toward yourself. 6. Compassion for yourself is not optional, it is the foundation. One of the quiet reasons why stress and depression become so heavy is not only because of what happens in life, but because of how a person treats themselves while going through pain. Many people grow up learning how to be kind to others, how to support friends, how to comfort family members, and how to show patience toward people who are struggling. But when it comes to their own suffering, they suddenly become harsh, critical, and unforgiving. They expect themselves to be strong all the time, to recover quickly from emotional wounds, and to never make mistakes. When they fail to meet these unrealistic expectations, they begin to attack themselves internally with thoughts of shame, guilt, and disappointment. This inner harshness slowly drains emotional energy and deepens the feeling of being lost. Buddhism teaches that compassion is not something you only give to the world. It is something you must first give to yourself. Self-compassion is not weakness, laziness, or self-pity. It is a wise understanding that you are a human being who is learning, growing, and sometimes struggling. Just as a child needs warmth and patience to heal after falling down, your mind also needs kindness when it is hurt. When you respond to your own pain with anger or rejection, you create a second layer of suffering. The original problem may be difficult, but the self-criticism makes it even heavier. This is why Buddhism sees self-compassion as the true foundation of healing. Practicing compassion toward yourself begins with changing the way you speak inside your mind. Notice how you talk to yourself when things go wrong. Do you say words that you would never say to someone you love? Do you replay mistakes repeatedly and punish yourself long after the situation has ended? These mental habits are often unconscious, but they shape emotional well-being in powerful ways. When you learn to replace harsh inner dialogue with understanding and encouragement, the nervous system begins to relax. Instead of feeling constantly threatened by your own thoughts, you start feeling supported from within. Self-compassion also means accepting your emotional experience without labeling it as a failure. Feeling anxious does not mean you are weak. Feeling sad does not mean you are broken. Feeling confused does not mean you are incapable. These emotions are part of being human. Buddhism reminds us that all beings experience suffering at different times. When you recognize that your struggles are not unique or shameful, you feel less isolated. You begin to see yourself as part of a shared human journey, rather than as someone who is somehow defective. Another important aspect of self-compassion is learning to slow down instead of constantly pushing yourself beyond your limits. Many people live with the belief that their worth depends on productivity, achievement, or external approval. They ignore their need for rest, reflection, and emotional care. Over time, this creates burnout and deep mental exhaustion. Buddhist wisdom encourages balance. It teaches that caring for your mind and body is not selfish, but necessary. When you allow yourself moments of stillness, gentle breathing, or mindful presence, you create space for recovery. Healing cannot happen in a state of constant pressure. Self-compassion also involves forgiveness. Holding on to past mistakes keeps the mind trapped in cycles of regret and self-blame. Buddhism does not deny responsibility, but it teaches that growth is more important than punishment. When you forgive yourself, you are not saying that the past did not matter. You are saying that you choose to learn from it instead of being imprisoned by it. This choice frees emotional energy that can be used for positive change. As you continue practicing compassion toward yourself, something subtle but powerful begins to shift. You become less afraid of your own emotions. You stop seeing difficult feelings as enemies that must be defeated. Instead, you begin to meet them with curiosity and patience. This gentle approach reduces inner conflict and increases resilience. Life's challenges may still arise, but your response becomes calmer and wiser. You develop a stable inner ground that is not easily shaken by external circumstances. Buddhism teaches that true peace grows from understanding and kindness. When compassion becomes the way you relate to yourself, you create a safe inner environment where healing can unfold naturally. The mind no longer feels like a battlefield. It becomes a place of learning, reflection, and gradual transformation. You realize that you do not need to be perfect to be worthy of care. You only need to be willing to treat yourself with the same warmth you offer to others. In this way, self-compassion becomes more than a comforting idea. It becomes a daily practice that supports mental clarity, emotional balance, and genuine happiness. It reminds you that healing is not about forcing yourself to change overnight. It is about walking patiently with yourself, step by step, through both light and darkness. When you truly understand that compassion for yourself is not optional but essential, you build the strongest possible foundation for lasting inner peace. 7. Let go of the story you keep telling about your pain. One of the most hidden yet powerful reasons why stress and depression continue for so long is not only because painful events happened in the past, but because the mind keeps repeating a certain story about those events. Human beings do not just experience pain once. They often relive it again and again through memory, interpretation, and inner dialogue. A difficult moment may last for a few minutes, hours, or days in reality, but the mental story about it can continue for years. This story slowly becomes part of identity. Instead of saying, "Something painful happened to me," a person begins to believe, "My life is painful," or even worse, "I am a damaged person." Buddhism teaches that suffering is not only created by circumstances, but also by the way we mentally hold on to those circumstances. The mind has a natural tendency to search for meaning. After experiencing rejection, failure, loss, or emotional hurt, it begins to create explanations in order to feel some sense of control. Unfortunately, these explanations are often harsh and limiting. A single rejection may become the belief that no one will ever truly value me. A temporary failure may become the conclusion that I am not capable of success. A painful relationship may turn into the story that love always ends in suffering. Over time, these thoughts form a narrative that shapes how a person sees the world and themselves. They begin to expect disappointment, fear connection, and avoid opportunities because the story in their mind predicts negative outcomes. Buddhist wisdom invites you to observe these mental stories with awareness. It teaches that thoughts and interpretations are not fixed truths. They are mental constructions influenced by past experiences, emotional wounds, and unconscious fears. When you repeatedly tell yourself the same painful story, you strengthen neural patterns that make suffering feel permanent. You start filtering life through the lens of past hurt, noticing only what confirms your beliefs while ignoring what contradicts them. This selective perception keeps you trapped in cycles of sadness and stress, even when new possibilities are available. Letting go of the story does not mean denying that pain occurred. It does not mean pretending that your experiences were insignificant. Instead, it means loosening the grip of the narrative that defines your entire identity through suffering. Buddhism teaches that you are not the events that happen to you. You are the awareness that can learn from them, grow beyond them, and eventually release them. This release begins when you become curious about the way your mind interprets reality. You may start noticing how often you repeat certain thoughts, or how quickly you assume the worst in uncertain situations. This awareness creates a gap between the story and your true self. Another important aspect of letting go is understanding that the mind seeks familiarity even when familiarity is painful. A known sadness can feel safer than an unknown happiness. Some people unconsciously cling to their stories because they provide a sense of identity. If you have spent years believing that life is unfair or that you are destined to struggle, the idea of change can feel uncomfortable. Letting go of the story means stepping into uncertainty. It means allowing yourself to imagine a different future, even if it feels unfamiliar at first. This courage is deeply transformative because it opens the door to new emotional experiences. Buddhist practice encourages mindfulness and compassion during this process. When a painful story arises in your thoughts, you can acknowledge it without becoming absorbed by it. You may gently remind yourself that this is a memory, an interpretation, or a fear, not an absolute reality. Over time, this gentle detachment weakens the emotional charge of the narrative. The story begins to lose its power to control your reactions and decisions. You start responding to present situations with greater clarity rather than through the filter of past wounds. Letting go also involves forgiveness, both toward others and toward yourself. Holding on to resentment keeps the story alive and reinforces emotional suffering. Forgiveness does not mean approving harmful behavior or forgetting what happened. It means choosing not to carry the emotional weight of the past into every new moment. This choice liberates mental energy and creates space for peace. When you release the need to constantly revisit old pain, you allow your mind to experience lightness again. As this practice deepens, you begin to discover a profound truth taught in Buddhism. Identity is fluid. You are not a fixed character in a tragic story. You are a living, evolving being capable of transformation. Each present moment offers an opportunity to respond differently, think differently, and act differently. The more you release attachment to limiting narratives, the more you reconnect with your natural resilience and creativity. Life becomes less about repeating the past and more about exploring new possibilities. Eventually, you may notice that the story you once believed so strongly no longer defines you. It becomes just one chapter in a much larger journey. Painful memories may still exist, but they no longer control your sense of self. Instead of feeling trapped by your history, you feel guided by the wisdom it brought. This shift is deeply healing because it replaces hopelessness with perspective. You realize that suffering was never meant to imprison you. It was meant to teach you about compassion, strength, and awareness. Buddhism reminds us that true freedom comes not from changing the past, but from changing our relationship with it. When you let go of the story you keep telling about your pain, you create space for a new story to emerge. This new story is not based on fear or limitation. It is based on growth, understanding, and inner peace. In this way, releasing old narratives becomes one of the most powerful steps toward healing from stress and depression. It allows the mind to rest from constant replay, the heart to soften from long-held tension, and the spirit to move forward with renewed hope. 8. Silence is a medicine the world does not sell. One of the most overlooked causes of stress and depression in modern life is not only what we experience, but the constant noise that surrounds us every single day. From the moment we wake up, our attention is pulled in many directions. Notifications demand response, conversations require energy, responsibilities create pressure, and endless streams of information fill the mind with stimulation that never truly stops. Even when there is physical quiet around us, the inner noise continues through overthinking, worries, comparisons, and mental replay of past events. Buddhism teaches that this continuous noise is not natural for the human mind. It slowly weakens clarity, drains emotional strength, and prevents deep healing from taking place. Silence, in contrast, is not simply the absence of sound. It is a state of inner stillness where the mind is no longer constantly reacting, analyzing, or resisting. It is a gentle space where awareness can rest without being pushed or pulled by external demands. In Buddhist practice, silence is seen as a powerful form of medicine because it allows the mind to recover from the exhaustion created by endless stimulation. Just as the body needs sleep to repair itself, the mind needs silence to restore balance and emotional stability. Many people feel uncomfortable when they first encounter silence. Without distractions, thoughts that were previously hidden may begin to surface. Old memories, unresolved emotions, or fears about the future can become more noticeable. This experience can make silence feel intimidating, which is why people often avoid it. They keep themselves busy, not because they truly want to, but because they are afraid of what they might feel if they slow down. Buddhism explains that this fear is understandable, but also unnecessary. Silence does not create pain. It reveals what was already present, By facing this inner landscape with patience, you begin to understand your mind instead of being unconsciously controlled by it. When you spend time in silence, something subtle yet profound begins to happen. Thoughts that once felt urgent start losing their intensity. Emotional waves that seemed overwhelming begin to settle naturally. This process is similar to muddy water becoming clear when it is left undisturbed. The more you allow your mind to rest in stillness, the more clarity emerges. Problems that once appeared complicated may start looking simpler. Decisions that felt impossible may become easier to approach. Silence creates the mental space needed for insight and wisdom to arise. Another important aspect of silence is that it reconnects you with the present moment. In a noisy environment, attention is constantly fragmented. You are physically in one place but mentally in many others. Silence gathers scattered awareness and brings it back to what is happening right now. You begin to notice small details such as the rhythm of your breathing, the sensation of your body sitting or walking, or the natural sounds of the environment. This grounded awareness reduces anxiety because it shifts focus away from imagined fears toward direct experience. Buddhism also teaches that silence nurtures compassion and emotional sensitivity. When the mind is no longer overwhelmed by constant input, it becomes more receptive and understanding. You start noticing your own needs more clearly, which allows you to care for yourself in healthier ways. At the same time, you become more attentive to the experiences of others. Silence creates a depth of presence that strengthens relationships and reduces misunderstandings. Instead of reacting impulsively, you respond with thoughtfulness and calmness. In addition, silence helps you recognize how many of your stresses are connected to unnecessary mental habits. When you are constantly busy, you rarely question your patterns of thinking or behavior. In stillness, you begin to see these patterns more clearly. You may realize how often you compare yourself with others, how frequently you anticipate negative outcomes, or how tightly you hold on to expectations that create disappointment. This awareness is not meant to make you feel guilty. It is meant to give you the freedom to choose a different way of living. Spending time in silence does not require withdrawing from the world completely. It can begin with small, intentional moments during the day. You might sit quietly for a few minutes without using your phone, take a slow walk while paying attention to your surroundings, or simply pause between activities to breathe consciously. These simple practices gradually train the mind to appreciate stillness rather than fear it. Over time, silence becomes a refuge where you can return whenever life feels overwhelming. As your relationship with silence deepens, you may discover that it brings a kind of peace that external achievements or distractions cannot provide. This peace is not dependent on circumstances. It comes from understanding the nature of your own mind and learning how to rest within it. Stress and depression may still arise at times, but they no longer dominate your inner world. You develop the ability to step back, observe your experience, and respond with wisdom instead of panic. Buddhist teachings remind us that true healing is not always found in doing more. Sometimes it is found in allowing yourself to be still. Silence is a medicine that cannot be bought, sold, or forced. It must be experienced directly. When you embrace it with openness and patience, it reveals a quiet strength that was always present within you. This strength supports emotional balance, mental clarity, and a deeper connection with life itself. In this way, silence becomes more than just a break from noise. It becomes a path towards self-understanding and inner freedom. It teaches you that peace is not something you must chase endlessly. It is something you uncover when you give your mind permission to rest. And as you continue walking this path, you begin to realize that silence is not empty at all. It is full of awareness, healing, and the gentle possibility of happiness returning to your life. 9. The Eightfold Path is a prescription for the depressed mind. When stress and depression begin to dominate a person's life, the mind often feels lost, directionless, and overwhelmed by confusion. Simple tasks start feeling heavy, motivation disappears, and even decisions that were once easy begin to feel complicated. In such moments, people usually search for quick relief or temporary escape. They look for something that will immediately remove the discomfort. However, Buddhism offers a different approach. Instead of promising instant solutions, it presents a clear and compassionate path that gradually transforms the way a person thinks, feels, and lives. This path is known as the Noble Eightfold Path, and it can be understood as a practical guide for healing the depressed and stressed mind. The Eightfold Path does not function like a rigid rulebook that demands perfection. It is more like a map that helps you move from confusion toward clarity, from emotional suffering toward inner balance. Depression often creates a sense that life has no meaning or purpose. The Eightfold Path gently restores direction by encouraging you to live with awareness, intention, and wisdom. Each aspect of this path supports mental health in a subtle but powerful way, helping you rebuild stability from within. The first element, right understanding, begins with seeing life more clearly. Depression tends to distort perception, making everything appear darker and more hopeless than it truly is. You may start believing that your current pain defines your entire future. Right understanding reminds you that suffering has causes and can therefore also have an end. It encourages you to observe reality without exaggeration or denial. When you begin to see that emotions are temporary and conditions can change, a small sense of hope returns. This hope is not blind optimism, but a realistic recognition that transformation is possible. Right intention follows naturally from understanding. It involves setting a gentle inner direction toward healing, kindness, and letting go of harmful patterns. When you are depressed, intentions often become negative or self-destructive. You may unconsciously think about giving up, isolating yourself, or avoiding opportunities for growth. Practicing right intention means choosing thoughts and motivations that support well-being rather than deepen suffering. This could involve cultivating patience, forgiveness, or the willingness to move forward even when progress feels slow. Another crucial aspect of the path is right speech. The words you use, both with others and within your own mind, shape your emotional reality. Depression often brings harsh self-talk and pessimistic communication. You might criticize yourself constantly or speak about life in ways that reinforce hopelessness. Right speech encourages honesty combined with compassion. It invites you to express your struggles without turning them into permanent labels. Speaking gently to yourself and others creates a more supportive environment for healing. Right action and right livelihood focus on how your behavior and daily activities influence mental health. Depression can lead to withdrawal, inactivity, or habits that harm physical and emotional well-being. The Eightfold Path encourages actions that align with ethical values and self-care. This might include maintaining routines, engaging in meaningful work, or contributing positively to the lives of others. Purposeful activity gradually restores a sense of usefulness and connection, counteracting the emptiness that depression often creates. Right effort is particularly important for the stressed mind because it teaches balance. Some people push themselves too hard, expecting immediate recovery, while others feel so discouraged that they stop trying altogether. Buddhism recommends a middle way where effort is consistent but not forceful. It involves gently reducing negative mental habits while nurturing positive qualities such as gratitude, mindfulness, and resilience. This balanced effort prevents burnout and builds steady progress over time. Right mindfulness is perhaps one of the most widely recognized elements of Buddhist practice. It involves paying attention to the present moment with openness and curiosity. Depression often pulls the mind into repetitive thoughts about the past or fears about the future. Mindfulness anchors awareness in what is happening now. By observing sensations, emotions, and thoughts without judgment, you begin to understand your inner world more clearly. This understanding reduces automatic reactions and allows you to respond to challenges with greater calmness. Finally, right concentration develops the ability to focus the mind deeply and peacefully. Through meditation or other forms of sustained attention, mental agitation begins to settle. Concentration strengthens emotional stability, making it easier to face difficulties without becoming overwhelmed. Over time, it also opens the possibility of experiencing profound inner stillness and clarity. When all these elements of the Eightfold Path are practiced together, they function like a comprehensive prescription for the depressed mind. They address not only symptoms, but also underlying patterns that sustain suffering. This path does not promise that life will become free from challenges. Instead, it transforms the way you relate to those challenges. You begin to feel less like a victim of circumstances and more like an active participant in your own healing. Another powerful aspect of the Eightfold Path is that it encourages patience. Modern culture often promotes quick results and instant gratification, but deep emotional healing rarely follows such timelines. Buddhism reminds us that meaningful change unfolds gradually, like the growth of a tree. Each small step you take in the direction of awareness and compassion strengthens your foundation. Even when progress feels invisible, inner transformation is taking place. As you continue walking this path, you may notice subtle yet significant shifts in your mental state. Thoughts become less chaotic, emotional reactions become softer, and moments of peace begin to appear more frequently. You start trusting your ability to navigate life's ups and downs with wisdom rather than fear. The mind that once felt trapped in darkness slowly discovers new possibilities for light. Ultimately, the Eightfold Path is not just a philosophical concept, but a living practice. It invites you to experiment, reflect, and adjust your approach to life in ways that support mental clarity and emotional balance. By integrating its principles into daily routines, relationships, and self-reflection, you create a supportive structure for healing. This structure does not confine you. It guides you gently toward freedom. In this way, Buddhism offers a profound message to those who feel lost in stress or depression. You are not condemned to remain in suffering. There is a path forward, built on understanding, ethical living, mindful awareness, and compassionate effort. Walking this path may require courage and patience, but it leads toward a deeper sense of purpose and peace. Over time, the mind begins to recognize that healing is not something distant or impossible. It is a process that unfolds step by step, guided by wisdom that has helped countless individuals find balance in the midst of life's challenges. 10. Connection is the antidote to the disconnection that depression creates. One of the most painful and confusing experiences during stress and depression is the slow feeling of becoming disconnected from life itself. This disconnection does not always happen suddenly. It often begins quietly, almost invisibly, as a subtle withdrawal from the world. You may still go to work, talk to people, and continue daily routines, but inside you feel distant. Conversations feel empty, activities feel meaningless, and even moments that once brought joy begin to feel dull or exhausting. Over time, this inner distance can grow into isolation. You may start believing that no one truly understands you or that your presence does not matter. Buddhism recognizes this state of emotional separation and offers a powerful understanding. Healing begins when connection is restored, not only with others, but also with yourself and with the living reality of the present moment. Depression often convinces the mind that isolation is safer than engagement. When you feel vulnerable or overwhelmed, withdrawing may seem like a form of protection. You may avoid social interaction because you fear being judged, misunderstood, or emotionally drained. You may stop sharing your thoughts because you believe they are a burden. This protective instinct is natural, but when it continues for too long, it deepens suffering. Buddhism teaches that human beings are not meant to exist in complete emotional separation. Life itself is based on interdependence. Every breath you take is connected to the air around you. Every meal you eat is connected to countless people and natural processes that made it possible. Recognizing this interconnectedness helps dissolve the illusion that you are alone in your struggles. Connection begins with awareness of this shared existence. When you understand that all beings experience pain, uncertainty, and change, you start feeling less isolated. Depression often creates the belief that your suffering is unique or that others are living easier, happier lives. Buddhism reminds us that this perception is incomplete. Every person carries invisible challenges. When you allow yourself to see this common humanity, compassion begins to arise. Compassion softens the barriers that depression builds around the heart. Reconnecting with others does not require dramatic changes or forced social activity. It can start with simple gestures of presence. Listening attentively to someone's words, offering a kind smile, or expressing gratitude for small acts of support can gradually rebuild emotional bridges. These moments of connection may seem minor, but they create powerful psychological shifts. They remind the mind that relationships are not only sources of stress, but also sources of comfort and meaning. Buddhism also emphasizes connection with oneself as an essential part of healing. Depression often creates a feeling of inner fragmentation, as if different parts of your mind are in conflict. You may feel disconnected from your own desires, values, or sense of purpose. Mindful self-reflection helps restore this inner connection. By spending time observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, you begin to understand what truly matters to you. This understanding creates a sense of alignment, where your actions and intentions feel more authentic. Another dimension of connection involves engaging with the natural world. Buddhist teachings frequently highlight the calming and grounding effect of nature. Walking among trees, feeling sunlight on your skin, or listening to the rhythm of rain can create a sense of belonging that words cannot fully describe. Nature does not demand performance or perfection. It simply exists, inviting you to exist alongside it. This quiet companionship can reduce mental tension and remind you that life continues to flow even during difficult periods. Service to others is also considered a powerful form of connection in Buddhist philosophy. Acts of kindness, no matter how small, shift attention away from constant self-focus and create a sense of contribution. Helping someone carry a burden, offering encouragement, or volunteering time for a meaningful cause can restore a feeling of usefulness that depression often takes away. When you realize that your actions can positively affect another person's life, your own sense of value begins to grow. At the same time, Buddhism encourages balance in connection. Healing does not mean losing yourself in the expectations or demands of others. True connection respects personal boundaries and emotional limits. It involves mutual understanding rather than dependency. Learning to say no when necessary and choosing relationships that support growth rather than drain energy are important aspects of emotional well-being. This balanced approach prevents connection from becoming another source of stress. Meditative practices also help cultivate a deep sense of interconnected awareness. During meditation, you may observe how thoughts, sensations, and emotions arise in relation to external conditions. You begin to see that your inner world is not isolated, but continuously influenced by your environment, relationships, and actions. This realization reduces feelings of alienation. Instead of viewing yourself as a separate entity struggling alone, you start experiencing life as a network of interactions and shared experiences. Over time, as connection is restored in these various ways, the heavy fog of depression may begin to lift. You may notice moments of warmth returning during conversations, moments of curiosity emerging during daily activities, or moments of calm appearing in solitude. These shifts are signs that the mind is rediscovering its natural capacity for engagement. Stress and sadness may still arise, but they no longer define your entire experience. Buddhist wisdom teaches that connection is not a luxury, but a necessity for emotional health. Just as the body requires nourishment to function, the heart requires meaningful interaction and understanding. When you nurture connection with yourself, with others, and with the world around you, you create conditions for healing. You begin to trust that you are part of something larger than your current struggles. Ultimately, connection reveals a profound truth. Separation is often an illusion created by fear and misunderstanding. Beneath this illusion lies a shared human journey marked by vulnerability, resilience, and the desire for peace. When you allow yourself to participate in this journey with openness and compassion, depression loses some of its power. The mind starts feeling supported rather than isolated. Life begins to feel more meaningful because you recognize your place within it. In this way, connection becomes a gentle yet transformative antidote to the emotional disconnection that stress and depression create. It does not remove all challenges, but it provides strength to face them. It reminds you that healing is not something you must achieve alone. It is a process that unfolds through relationships, awareness, and the courage to remain present with life, even when it feels difficult. By cultivating connection in its many forms, you move closer to inner balance and the quiet happiness that Buddhism describes as the natural state of a peaceful mind. 11. Your body is carrying what your mind won't face. One of the most subtle yet powerful truths about stress and depression is that emotional pain does not remain confined only to thoughts. It slowly begins to live inside the body. Many people believe that suffering exists only in the mind, but Buddhism has long recognized the deep connection between mental states and physical experience. When emotions are suppressed, ignored, or misunderstood, they do not disappear. Instead, they settle quietly into muscles, breathing patterns, posture, and nervous system responses. This is why stress is often felt as tightness in the chest, heaviness in the shoulders, restlessness in the stomach, or chronic fatigue that does not fully go away even after rest. The body becomes a silent messenger, expressing what the mind is unable or unwilling to acknowledge. Modern life encourages constant movement and productivity, leaving very little space for emotional reflection. People are taught to keep going no matter how they feel, to push through discomfort, and to treat vulnerability as weakness. Over time, this creates a disconnection between inner emotional truth and outward behavior. A person may appear calm and functional on the outside, while internally carrying unresolved fear, grief, or anger. Buddhism teaches that true healing begins when this disconnection is gently repaired. Instead of viewing the body as separate from the mind, it invites you to see both as parts of a unified experience. When you listen to the body with awareness, you gain insight into emotional patterns that words alone cannot reveal. For example, consider how breathing changes during stress. It becomes shallow, rapid, and uneven, reflecting the mind's sense of urgency and fear. Muscles tighten in preparation for imagined threats, even when no real danger is present. This physical tension sends signals back to the brain, reinforcing feelings of anxiety and creating a cycle that is difficult to break. Depression, on the other hand, often manifests as low energy, slowed movement, or a feeling of heaviness that makes simple actions seem exhausting. These physical states are not random. They are expressions of inner emotional landscapes. Buddhist mindfulness practices encourage direct awareness of bodily sensations as a path toward understanding and healing. By observing how tension arises, where discomfort is located, and how sensations change over time, you begin to develop a compassionate relationship with your physical experience. This process is not about analyzing every feeling intellectually, but about allowing yourself to notice what is present without judgment. When you sit quietly and feel your body breathing, you may discover subtle emotions that were previously hidden beneath constant distraction. Movement also plays an important role in releasing stored emotional energy. Gentle walking meditation, mindful stretching, or simple acts like paying attention to how your feet touch the ground can help restore balance between mind and body. These practices remind you that healing is not only a mental activity, but also a physical process. When the body relaxes, the mind often follows. This interconnectedness explains why caring for physical well-being through rest, nourishment, and mindful activity can significantly influence emotional stability. Another dimension of bodily awareness involves recognizing how past experiences shape present reactions. Trauma, disappointment, or prolonged stress can create patterns that remain active long after the original events have ended. A certain tone of voice, environment, or memory may trigger physical responses such as a racing heart or sudden fatigue. Buddhism teaches that by bringing mindful attention to these reactions, you gradually weaken their automatic power. You learn to stay present with sensations instead of being overwhelmed by them. Over time, this presence allows old emotional imprints to soften. Listening to the body also requires patience and kindness. Many people become frustrated when healing does not happen quickly. They may judge themselves for feeling tired or anxious, adding another layer of suffering. Buddhist wisdom encourages acceptance of the body's natural rhythms. Just as physical wounds need time to heal, emotional wounds carried in the body require gentle care. Forcing change or ignoring limits often delays recovery. Compassionate awareness, on the other hand, creates conditions where transformation can unfold naturally. The body can also become a gateway to deeper appreciation of life. When you pay attention to sensations such as warmth, coolness, movement, or stillness, you reconnect with the simple reality of being alive. Depression often narrows awareness, making existence feel mechanical or meaningless. By grounding yourself in physical experience, you rediscover moments of presence that bring subtle joy. Feeling sunlight on your skin, noticing the rhythm of your heartbeat, or sensing the stability of the ground beneath you can remind you that life continues to support you even during difficult times. Buddhism does not view the body as an obstacle to spiritual growth, but as an essential partner in the journey toward understanding. Through mindful awareness of physical sensations, you begin to see how thoughts, emotions, and bodily reactions influence one another. This insight reduces fear because you realize that experiences are interconnected and constantly changing. Instead of feeling trapped by unexplained tension or fatigue, you develop curiosity about what your body is communicating. Over time, as you cultivate this attentive relationship, the body becomes less of a battlefield and more of a guide. Stressful sensations still arise, but they no longer seem mysterious or threatening. You recognize them as temporary signals that invite care and awareness. Depression may still bring heaviness, but you learn to meet it with patience rather than resistance. This shift transforms suffering into an opportunity for deeper self-knowledge. Ultimately, Buddhism teaches that healing involves embracing the full reality of human experience. The mind and body are not separate domains, but reflections of one another. When you listen to your body with mindfulness and compassion, you honor the wisdom it carries. You allow hidden emotions to surface and release, creating space for renewed energy and clarity. In this process, the body becomes not only a container of past pain, but also a vessel for present awareness and future transformation. By understanding that your body is carrying what your mind has not yet faced, you gain the courage to slow down, observe, and respond with kindness. This awareness supports emotional balance and helps restore trust in your own resilience. Gradually, the weight of unprocessed experience begins to lighten. The mind becomes calmer, the body more relaxed, and life itself starts to feel more open and manageable. Through this deep integration of awareness, you move closer to the inner peace that Buddhist teachings describe as both natural and attainable. 12. The lotus grows from mud. Your darkness is your depth. One of the most painful beliefs that stress and depression create is the feeling that suffering has no meaning. When a person goes through emotional darkness, they often begin to question the purpose of their struggles. They wonder why life feels so heavy, why challenges keep appearing, and why peace seems so distant. This confusion can slowly turn into hopelessness. It can make the future look empty and the present feel unbearable. Buddhism offers a powerful symbol that speaks directly to this experience: the lotus flower. The lotus is known for its beauty, calmness, and purity, yet it does not grow in clean or comfortable places. It rises from muddy water, from darkness, from conditions that appear unpleasant and lifeless. This natural process carries a deep spiritual message. Your struggles, your pain, and your emotional confusion are not signs that your life is ruined. They are the very conditions from which wisdom, compassion, and inner strength can emerge. When people experience depression, they often compare their inner state with the outer appearance of others. They see smiles, achievements, and moments of happiness around them and conclude that they are the only ones sinking in mud. This comparison increases shame and isolation. Buddhism reminds us that every human being has their own mud, their own periods of uncertainty, loss, and fear. Some people hide it well, while others feel it more intensely, but suffering is a shared aspect of existence. Understanding this universality reduces the feeling of being uniquely broken. It allows you to see your darkness not as a personal failure, but as a natural part of the human journey. Darkness also has the potential to deepen awareness. When life is comfortable and predictable, the mind often moves on autopilot. It follows routines, seeks pleasure, and avoids reflection. However, difficult periods interrupt this automatic living. They force you to slow down and ask important questions. You may begin to explore what truly matters, what values guide your actions, and what kind of life feels meaningful beyond external success. This introspection, although uncomfortable, is a doorway to transformation. Just as the lotus pushes through mud toward the surface, your mind can push through confusion toward clarity. Another aspect of the lotus metaphor is patience. The flower does not bloom instantly. It grows gradually, shaped by time and conditions. Similarly, emotional healing does not happen overnight. Stress and depression can create the illusion that change must be immediate or that slow progress means failure. Buddhism teaches that growth often occurs beneath the surface before it becomes visible. You may not notice improvement day by day, but subtle shifts are taking place within you. Each moment of awareness, each act of self-compassion, and each decision to continue moving forward contributes to inner development. Darkness also cultivates empathy. People who have experienced deep emotional pain often develop a greater sensitivity toward the suffering of others. They become capable of offering understanding and support in ways that those who have never struggled might find difficult. Buddhism values this compassionate response as a sign of spiritual maturity. Instead of allowing pain to harden the heart, you can allow it to soften your perception of human vulnerability. This shift transforms suffering into a source of connection rather than isolation. At the same time, the lotus reminds us that beauty and strength are not opposites of struggle, but outcomes of it. The very conditions that seem destructive can become the foundation for resilience. When you survive difficult periods, you gain knowledge about your own capacity to endure and adapt. You learn that emotions, no matter how intense, are temporary. You discover that meaning can be created even in uncertain circumstances. These realizations form the roots of inner confidence. Unlike confidence based on external validation, this deeper confidence remains stable because it is grounded in lived experience. Buddhist teachings also emphasize acceptance of imperfection. The lotus does not reject the mud from which it grows. It does not attempt to exist in an unrealistic environment. It uses what is available and transforms it into nourishment. Similarly, healing involves acknowledging your current state without excessive judgment. You do not need to pretend that you are always strong or happy. You only need to remain open to learning from whatever arises. This openness allows transformation to unfold naturally. Another powerful lesson within this symbol is the idea of renewal. Each day offers the possibility of beginning again. Depression often creates a sense that the past defines the future, that previous mistakes or losses permanently limit potential. Buddhism counters this belief by highlighting the fluid nature of identity and experience. Just as the lotus emerges anew from the water each morning, you can approach life with a fresh perspective. The weight of yesterday does not have to determine the direction of today. Darkness can also reveal hidden strengths. Many people discover qualities such as patience, courage, creativity, or spiritual insight only after facing hardship. These qualities may remain dormant during comfortable times. When challenges arise, they awaken. Buddhism encourages recognizing and nurturing these strengths rather than focusing solely on pain. This balanced awareness helps transform adversity into an opportunity for personal growth. In addition, the lotus metaphor invites trust in the natural process of life. Not everything can be controlled or predicted. Sometimes circumstances push you into unfamiliar territory where you feel lost. Buddhism teaches that even these moments have value. They expand your understanding of uncertainty and encourage surrender to the flow of change. Trusting this process does not mean passive resignation. It means participating in life with humility and openness, allowing experiences to shape wisdom gradually. As you continue reflecting on this symbol, you may begin to see your own struggles in a new light. Instead of asking why suffering exists, you might ask what it is teaching you. Instead of seeing darkness as an enemy, you might recognize it as fertile ground for transformation. This shift in perspective does not eliminate pain immediately, but it changes your relationship with it. You become less fearful and more curious, less resistant and more accepting. Ultimately, the lotus represents the possibility of awakening. It shows that peace and clarity are not distant ideals reserved for a few fortunate individuals. They are potential outcomes of mindful living and compassionate awareness. Your emotional depth, shaped by both joy and sorrow, becomes a source of insight rather than a burden. Through patience, understanding, and continued practice, the mind gradually rises above confusion, just as the lotus rises above muddy water to greet the light. In this way, Buddhism offers a hopeful message to anyone feeling overwhelmed by stress or depression. Darkness is not the end of the story. It is a chapter that can lead to profound growth. Your struggles do not diminish your worth. They enrich your understanding of life's complexity and beauty. When you embrace this truth, you begin to see that healing is not about erasing the past, but about transforming its meaning. The lotus grows quietly, steadily, and gracefully. your journey can unfold in the same way. Each moment of awareness is like a small movement toward the surface. Each act of compassion is like sunlight guiding your path, and slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the mind opens like a flower, revealing a peace that was always possible. In recognizing that your darkness is also your depth, you discover the strength to continue, the wisdom to understand, and the hope to bloom again. 13. Peace begins the moment you stop resisting your own life. One of the most exhausting experiences during stress and depression is the constant inner resistance to what is happening. Many people do not only suffer because of difficult situations, but because they keep mentally arguing with reality. They replay events again and again, wishing things had been different. They resist emotions, resist uncertainty, resist change, and sometimes even resist their own natural need for rest and healing. This invisible struggle creates a deep inner tension that slowly drains emotional energy. Buddhism teaches that true peace does not come from controlling every circumstance or forcing life to follow a specific plan. Peace begins when resistance softens and acceptance gently enters the heart. Resistance often appears in subtle ways. It may show up as thoughts like, "This should not be happening to me," or "My life was supposed to look different." These thoughts create a gap between expectation and reality. The wider this gap becomes, the more suffering increases. When a person refuses to acknowledge what is already present, they remain trapped in a cycle of frustration and disappointment. Buddhism invites a different approach. Instead of constantly pushing against life, it encourages you to observe and understand it. Acceptance does not mean liking every situation or giving up on improvement. It means recognizing that the present moment is the only starting point from which meaningful change can occur. When you stop resisting your own life, a surprising shift begins to happen. Emotional pressure decreases because you are no longer fighting two battles at once. The first battle is the external challenge you are facing. The second battle is the internal refusal to accept that the challenge exists. By dropping the second battle, you conserve energy and gain clarity. You begin to see situations more realistically, which allows wiser decisions to emerge. This clarity is essential for healing from depression because it replaces helplessness with understanding. Another important aspect of this lesson is the realization that resistance often comes from fear. People fear losing control, fear being judged, fear uncertainty, and fear confronting painful emotions. These fears are natural, but when they dominate your thinking, they limit your ability to adapt. Buddhism teaches that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to remain present despite fear. When you gently allow yourself to feel what you are feeling without immediately trying to escape or suppress it, the intensity of fear begins to decrease. Awareness transforms what once seemed unbearable into something manageable. Acceptance also creates space for compassion. When you stop demanding perfection from yourself or from life, you begin to treat both with greater kindness. Depression often involves harsh self-criticism and unrealistic expectations. You may feel that you must always be strong, productive, or emotionally stable. When you accept that vulnerability and struggle are part of being human, your relationship with yourself becomes softer. This softness is not weakness. It is a form of wisdom that recognizes the limits of control and the value of patience. Buddhist teachings often compare resistance to trying to hold back a flowing river. No matter how hard you try, the water will continue moving. The more you struggle, the more exhausted you become. But when you step aside and allow the river to flow, you can observe its movement without being overwhelmed by it. In the same way, life's changes and challenges cannot always be prevented. However, your response to them can evolve. Acceptance allows you to move with life instead of being constantly pushed by it. This lesson also highlights the importance of trusting the process of growth. Many people believe that peace will only come when all problems disappear. Buddhism suggests the opposite. Peace can exist even in imperfect conditions when you develop the ability to remain present and balanced. This does not mean ignoring difficulties or pretending everything is fine. It means cultivating an inner stability that is not entirely dependent on external outcomes. Through mindfulness and reflection, you learn to experience moments of calm even during uncertainty. Over time, as resistance decreases, emotional resilience increases. You become less reactive to sudden changes and more capable of adapting to new circumstances. Depression may still bring moments of heaviness, but these moments no longer define your entire experience. You start recognizing that emotions, like weather patterns, shift naturally. By accepting their presence instead of fighting them, you reduce their duration and intensity. Acceptance also reconnects you with gratitude. When the mind stops focusing exclusively on what is missing or wrong, it becomes more aware of what is still available. Small experiences such as a supportive conversation, a quiet evening, or a moment of physical comfort gain significance. Gratitude does not erase suffering, but it balances perception and prevents negativity from dominating awareness. Buddhism teaches that this balanced perception is essential for mental well-being. Another transformation occurs when you stop resisting your own life. Creativity and problem-solving abilities begin to return. Resistance narrows the mind's focus and limits options. Acceptance opens the possibility of new perspectives. You may discover alternative paths, hidden opportunities, or unexpected sources of support. Instead of feeling trapped, you start feeling curious about how life might unfold. Ultimately, this lesson emphasizes that peace is not something you must chase endlessly. It is something that naturally emerges when the struggle against reality softens. By practicing mindful acceptance, you allow emotional wounds to heal and mental clarity to grow. You learn that life does not need to be perfect for you to experience moments of calm. Even in the presence of uncertainty, you can cultivate a sense of stability that supports continued growth. In this way, Buddhism offers a gentle yet profound message. The end of inner resistance marks the beginning of genuine freedom. When you stop fighting your own life, you begin to live it more fully. Each moment becomes an opportunity for awareness rather than a battlefield of expectations. Over time, this shift transforms suffering into understanding and confusion into quiet confidence. Peace does not arrive as a sudden reward. It unfolds gradually as you learn to meet life with openness, patience, and trust. 14. The mind creates the cage, awareness creates the door. One of the most invisible yet powerful sources of stress and depression is the way the human mind quietly builds limitations around itself. Many people believe that suffering comes only from external situations such as financial problems, broken relationships, career struggles, or unexpected life changes. While these events can certainly be painful, Buddhism teaches that the deepest form of suffering often arises from how the mind interprets and reacts to these experiences. The mind does not simply observe reality, it creates stories, expectations, fears, and assumptions that gradually shape emotional life. Over time, these mental constructions can become so strong that they feel like unchangeable truths. A person begins to live inside a psychological cage that was not built by circumstances alone, but by repeated patterns of thinking. This cage is rarely obvious at first. It develops slowly through habits of comparison, self-criticism, worry about the future, and attachment to how life is supposed to be. For example, someone who experiences rejection may begin to believe that they are fundamentally unworthy of love or success. This belief influences how they approach new opportunities. They may avoid social situations, hesitate to take risks, or interpret neutral events as further evidence of failure. Each avoidance reinforces the original belief, strengthening the walls of the cage. Buddhism describes this process as a cycle of ignorance and conditioning, where unexamined thoughts continue shaping perception and behavior. Awareness is the key that begins to loosen these walls. When you start observing your thoughts instead of automatically believing them, you create a gap between stimulus and response. This gap allows you to question assumptions that once felt absolute. You may notice how often your mind predicts negative outcomes or replays past mistakes. Instead of reacting with fear or frustration, you can approach these patterns with curiosity. This shift from unconscious reaction to conscious observation is the first step toward freedom. Awareness does not destroy the cage instantly, but it reveals its structure. Once you see how it was built, you gain the ability to reshape it. Buddhist teachings often emphasize that thoughts are not enemies to be defeated, but phenomena to be understood. Trying to suppress or fight mental activity can create additional tension. Instead, mindfulness invites you to sit quietly with your inner experience and notice how thoughts arise, linger, and fade. Through consistent practice, you begin to realize that the mind is more fluid than you once believed. Even deeply ingrained fears can soften when met with patient awareness. This realization weakens the sense of being trapped and opens the possibility of new choices. Another aspect of the mental cage involves attachment to identity. People often define themselves through labels such as successful, unsuccessful, strong, weak, happy, or depressed. While these labels may reflect temporary states, they can become limiting when treated as permanent definitions. Buddhism teaches that identity is not fixed, but constantly evolving. When you cling to rigid self-concepts, you restrict your potential for growth. Awareness helps you see that you are not a static character in a predetermined story. You are a dynamic being capable of learning and transformation. Fear plays a significant role in maintaining the cage. The mind seeks safety in familiarity, even when familiarity is painful. A person may remain in unhealthy environments or repeat self-defeating behaviors because change feels uncertain. Awareness introduces a different form of security based on understanding rather than avoidance. When you observe fear without immediately acting on it, you discover that it often loses intensity. This discovery builds confidence and encourages gradual movement beyond old limitations. The cage is also reinforced by cultural and social conditioning. Society often promotes narrow definitions of success, beauty, and happiness. When individuals internalize these standards without reflection, they may feel inadequate despite genuine strengths and achievements. Buddhism encourages questioning such external pressures and returning to inner values such as compassion, wisdom, and balance. Awareness helps you distinguish between authentic aspirations and imposed expectations. This clarity reduces unnecessary stress and supports a more meaningful path. Meditation is one of the most effective tools for cultivating awareness. By focusing attention on the breath, bodily sensations, or simple observations of the present moment, you train the mind to remain steady. This steadiness allows you to notice subtle shifts in thinking and emotion. Over time, meditation reveals that mental states are not fixed obstacles, but changing patterns. The cage begins to feel less solid because you experience moments of openness and stillness that were previously hidden. Awareness also transforms relationships. When you become more conscious of your own mental patterns, you respond to others with greater empathy and patience. You recognize that their actions are influenced by their own fears and conditioning. This understanding reduces conflict and strengthens connection. Instead of projecting assumptions onto interactions, you approach them with curiosity and compassion. Such mindful communication supports emotional healing and fosters a sense of belonging. Another important dimension of this lesson is the role of intentional action. Awareness alone is powerful, but when combined with purposeful choices, it accelerates transformation. For instance, if you notice a pattern of self-doubt, you can experiment with small acts of courage that challenge this belief. Each positive experience weakens the cage's hold and expands your perception of what is possible. Buddhism teaches that liberation is not a distant ideal, but a gradual unfolding through consistent practice. As awareness deepens, you may begin to experience moments of profound inner freedom. These moments are characterized by a sense of spaciousness where thoughts no longer dominate attention. Instead of feeling confined by mental narratives, you perceive them as temporary events within a larger field of consciousness. This perspective does not eliminate challenges, but it changes your relationship with them. Problems become situations to navigate rather than identities to carry. The metaphor of the cage and the door illustrates a fundamental Buddhist insight. Suffering is not only about external conditions, but about the mind's interpretation of those conditions. Awareness functions as the door because it allows you to step outside habitual patterns and explore new ways of being. This exploration requires patience and courage, but it leads to greater authenticity and peace. Ultimately, this lesson reminds you that freedom is not granted by circumstance alone. It emerges from understanding the nature of your own mind. By cultivating awareness, you gain the ability to question limiting beliefs, release unnecessary fear, and embrace change with openness. The cage that once felt permanent becomes a temporary structure shaped by past conditioning. The door, always present, becomes visible through mindful attention. In this way, Buddhism offers a hopeful and empowering message. You are not condemned to remain confined by your thoughts or experiences. Through awareness, you can gradually transform the way you perceive yourself and the world. Each moment of clarity is like a step toward open space. Each act of courage widens that space further. Over time, the mind that once felt trapped discovers its natural capacity for freedom, creativity, and compassion. And in that discovery, stress and depression lose much of their power, replaced by a quiet confidence that life can be lived with wisdom and balance. 15. Healing begins when you stop waiting for someone to save you. One of the most silent yet powerful patterns that keeps stress and depression alive is the belief that healing will come from outside. Many people spend years waiting for the right person, the right opportunity, the right environment, or the right moment to finally feel peace. They believe that happiness will begin when someone understands them completely, when life becomes easier, or when circumstances finally align with their expectations. This waiting often feels logical because human beings naturally seek support and reassurance. However, Buddhism teaches a profound truth that can change the direction of emotional healing. While external help can be valuable, lasting peace begins when you stop depending entirely on external rescue and start developing inner strength. This does not mean you must face life alone or reject meaningful relationships. Buddhism does not promote isolation or emotional detachment from human connection. Instead, it encourages a shift in responsibility. It reminds you that although others can guide, comfort, or inspire you, the deepest transformation must arise from your own awareness and effort. Waiting passively for change creates a sense of helplessness. You begin to feel as if your well-being is controlled by factors beyond your reach. This perception increases anxiety and reduces motivation. Healing becomes something distant, something that may or may not happen depending on unpredictable circumstances. When you recognize this pattern, a new possibility opens. You begin to understand that while you cannot control every event in life, you can influence how you respond to those events. This realization marks the beginning of empowerment. Instead of asking when life will become easier, you start asking how you can become stronger, wiser, and more compassionate in the face of difficulty. This shift transforms the emotional landscape. Challenges no longer appear only as obstacles, but also as opportunities to develop resilience. Depression often creates the illusion that personal effort is meaningless. The mind may whisper that nothing you do will make a difference, that change is impossible, or that you lack the capacity to heal. Buddhism counters this illusion by emphasizing the principle of gradual transformation. Just as a mountain is climbed step by step, emotional recovery unfolds through small, consistent actions. Each mindful breath, each moment of self-reflection, and each compassionate decision contributes to a larger process of growth. These actions may seem insignificant at first, but over time they reshape mental habits and emotional responses. Another important aspect of this lesson is the recognition of inner resources. Many people underestimate their ability to cope with adversity because they focus primarily on their weaknesses. Buddhism encourages a balanced perspective that acknowledges both vulnerability and strength. You may have already survived experiences that once seemed unbearable. You may have shown patience, creativity, or courage without fully realizing it. By reflecting on these moments, you begin to trust your capacity for adaptation. This trust reduces fear and supports a more proactive approach to healing. Letting go of the expectation of external rescue also deepens self-compassion. When you stop comparing your journey with others or waiting for validation, you create space to appreciate your own efforts. Healing becomes a personal exploration rather than a race towards socially defined success. Buddhism teaches that each individual's path is unique, shaped by different conditions and insights. Accepting this uniqueness allows you to move forward at a pace that feels authentic and sustainable. Meditation and mindfulness practices play a crucial role in cultivating this inner independence. By observing thoughts and emotions without immediate reaction, you develop clarity about what truly influences your well-being. You begin to see that many forms of suffering are amplified by unrealistic expectations or by the belief that happiness must be given to you. This awareness does not isolate you from others. Instead, it enhances relationships because you engage with them from a place of stability rather than desperation. At the same time, this lesson highlights the importance of balanced effort. Healing does not require constant struggle or self-imposed pressure. Buddhism advocates the middle way, where persistence is combined with patience. Pushing too hard can lead to burnout, while avoiding effort can prolong stagnation. Mindful progress involves recognizing when to act and when to rest. This balance supports long-term emotional resilience. Another transformation occurs when you stop waiting for someone to save you. Your perspective on problems begins to change. Instead of feeling trapped by circumstances, you start exploring creative solutions. You may discover new interests, develop healthier routines, or seek knowledge that broadens your understanding. Each initiative strengthens the sense of agency, reinforcing the belief that your actions matter. This belief is essential for overcoming the hopelessness often associated with depression. Buddhism also emphasizes gratitude as a companion to self-reliance. When you take responsibility for your healing, you become more aware of the support that already exists in your life. Friends, teachers, nature, and simple moments of comfort gain new significance. Gratitude does not contradict independence. It enriches it by reminding you that growth is a collaborative process involving both personal effort and external influences. As inner strength develops, fear of the future gradually decreases. You no longer feel entirely dependent on favorable conditions to experience peace. Instead, you cultivate an inner refuge that remains accessible even during uncertainty. This refuge is built through awareness, ethical living, and compassionate understanding. Buddhism describes it as a stable ground from which you can face life's changes without losing balance. Ultimately, this lesson reveals that healing is an active journey rather than a passive expectation. Waiting for rescue may provide temporary comfort, but it often delays transformation. By embracing responsibility for your own growth, you unlock the potential to shape your emotional reality. This empowerment does not eliminate challenges, but it equips you with the tools to navigate them wisely. In this way, Buddhism offers a hopeful message to those who feel overwhelmed. You are not powerless in the face of stress and depression. Within you exists the capacity to learn, adapt, and evolve. Each step you take toward awareness and compassion strengthens this capacity. Over time, the belief that someone else must save you dissolves, replaced by confidence in your own ability to heal. As this confidence grows, relationships become more meaningful because they are no longer driven by fear or dependency. Life begins to feel less like a series of uncontrollable events and more like a dynamic process of participation and understanding. Healing unfolds gradually, supported by your willingness to engage with both challenges and opportunities. Through this engagement, you discover that peace is not a distant reward, but a quality that emerges from mindful living. By recognizing that healing begins the moment you stop waiting for someone to save you, you take a decisive step toward emotional freedom. You transform from a passive observer of suffering into an active participant in your own well-being. This transformation reflects one of Buddhism's deepest teachings. Liberation arises from understanding the mind and cultivating wisdom through experience. And as you continue walking this path, you realize that the strength you were searching for outside has always been quietly growing within you. 16. The storm inside you is not permanent learning to sit with emotional waves. One of the most overwhelming experiences during stress and depression is the feeling that emotions arrive like uncontrollable storms. When sadness, fear, or anxiety becomes intense, it can feel as if your entire inner world has been taken over by a force you cannot escape. Thoughts become louder, physical sensations become heavier, and hope begins to fade. In these moments, many people try to fight their emotions, suppress them, distract themselves constantly, or run away from what they are feeling. Buddhism offers a radically different and deeply compassionate approach. Instead of resisting emotional storms, it teaches the art of sitting with them, observing their movement, and understanding their temporary nature. Emotions are often misunderstood as fixed realities rather than dynamic processes. When you feel depressed, the mind tends to say, "This is who I am now," or "This feeling will never leave." These statements create a sense of permanence that intensifies suffering. Buddhist wisdom explains that emotions are more like waves in the ocean. They rise, reach a peak, and eventually dissolve. However, when you panic or resist, you become like someone trying to push back the ocean with bare hands. This struggle exhausts you and creates the illusion that the waves are stronger than they actually are. Learning to sit with emotional waves requires patience and courage. It means allowing yourself to feel without immediately reacting. This does not mean indulging in negative thinking or resigning yourself to pain. It means acknowledging what is present with mindful awareness. For example, when anxiety arises, you can observe the physical sensations in your body, the rhythm of your breathing, and the thoughts passing through your mind. By naming these experiences gently, such as tightness, restlessness, or fearful thinking, you create a sense of distance between awareness and emotion. This distance reduces the intensity of the storm. Buddhism emphasizes that emotional resilience is not built through avoidance, but through understanding. Each time you remain present with discomfort, you weaken the habit of immediate reaction. Over time, you realize that emotions, no matter how powerful, are not permanent states. They are responses shaped by conditions, memories, and perceptions. When these conditions change, emotions also change. This insight brings a subtle but profound sense of relief. You begin to trust that even the darkest moments will pass. Another important aspect of this lesson is the recognition that emotional waves often carry messages. Sadness may signal unmet needs, anxiety may reflect uncertainty about the future, and anger may arise from perceived injustice. Instead of labeling these emotions as enemies, Buddhism encourages listening to them with curiosity. By understanding what lies beneath the surface, you can respond more wisely. This response might involve setting boundaries, seeking support, or adjusting expectations. Mindful awareness transforms emotional storms into opportunities for learning. The practice of meditation plays a central role in developing this skill. During meditation, you sit quietly and observe whatever arises in the mind. Thoughts and emotions come and go, much like clouds drifting across the sky. This observation strengthens concentration and reduces identification with mental activity. You start realizing that awareness itself remains stable even when emotions fluctuate. This stability becomes a refuge during stressful periods. Instead of feeling completely overwhelmed, you remember that there is a part of you capable of witnessing the storm without being destroyed by it. Breathing techniques are also valuable tools for navigating emotional waves. Conscious breathing slows the nervous system and anchors attention in the present moment. When you focus on inhalation and exhalation, the mind gradually shifts from reactive patterns to a more balanced state. This shift does not eliminate challenges, but provides clarity and composure. Over time, breathing becomes a reminder that you can return to calmness even when circumstances feel chaotic. Another dimension of sitting with emotions involves self-compassion. Many people criticize themselves for feeling vulnerable or unstable. They may believe that strength means always being in control. Buddhism teaches that true strength includes the ability to acknowledge suffering without judgment. By treating yourself with kindness during difficult moments, you reduce internal conflict. This kindness creates emotional safety, allowing healing to unfold naturally. The metaphor of the storm also highlights the importance of perspective. When you are in the middle of intense emotion, it is difficult to see beyond immediate discomfort. However, if you imagine observing the storm from a distance, you realize that it is only one part of a larger landscape. Your life contains many experiences, moments of connection, creativity, rest, and insight, even if they are temporarily overshadowed by distress. Expanding awareness beyond the storm helps restore balance and hope. Buddhism further teaches that emotional waves are influenced by habits of thought. Repeated worry, rumination, or self-blame can prolong distress. Mindful reflection allows you to notice these habits and gradually replace them with more constructive patterns. For instance, instead of replaying painful memories endlessly, you can focus on present actions that support well-being. Each shift in attention weakens the cycle of negativity and strengthens emotional resilience. Another transformation occurs when you accept that vulnerability is part of the human experience. Emotional storms are not signs of failure, but natural responses to life's uncertainties. When you stop viewing them as threats to your identity, they lose some of their power. You begin to see them as passing phenomena that contribute to personal growth. This acceptance fosters humility and empathy, qualities that enrich relationships and deepen understanding. Over time, the practice of sitting with emotional waves leads to greater inner freedom. You become less controlled by sudden mood changes and more capable of responding thoughtfully. Stressful situations still arise, but they no longer dominate your entire perspective. Instead of fearing the next storm, you trust your ability to navigate it. This trust creates a sense of stability that supports long-term mental health. Ultimately, Buddhism teaches that peace is not the absence of emotional movement, but the ability to remain grounded amid change. The ocean will always have waves, just as life will always present challenges. However, by cultivating awareness, compassion, and patience, you learn to move with these waves rather than being overwhelmed by them. Each storm becomes an opportunity to deepen wisdom and strengthen resilience. In this way, the realization that the storm inside you is not permanent becomes a powerful source of hope. It reminds you that emotional pain does not define your entire existence. Beneath the turbulence lies a calm awareness capable of guiding you through uncertainty. By practicing mindful presence and self-compassion, you transform distress into insight and fear into understanding. Gradually, the mind becomes more spacious, the heart more open, and life itself more manageable. Through this lesson, Buddhism offers a gentle yet transformative invitation. Instead of running from emotional waves, sit with them, learn from them, and watch them pass. In doing so, you discover that resilience is not about eliminating storms, but about realizing that you are larger than any storm you experience. And within this realization, a quiet and lasting peace begins to grow. 17. You are not broken, you are becoming aware of yourself for the first time. One of the most painful illusions that stress and depression create is the belief that something inside you is permanently damaged. Many people begin to see their emotional struggles as proof that they are weak, flawed, or incapable of living a meaningful life. They compare themselves with others who appear confident, productive, and happy, and they conclude that they must be fundamentally different in a negative way. This belief slowly becomes part of their identity. They stop seeing themselves as individuals going through a difficult phase and start seeing themselves as broken beings. Buddhism offers a deeply compassionate and transformative perspective that challenges this illusion. It teaches that emotional suffering is often not a sign of failure, but a sign that awareness is beginning to awaken. Awareness can be uncomfortable at first. When you start noticing your thoughts, fears, and patterns more clearly, it may feel as if problems are increasing. In reality, what is increasing is clarity. Previously, many emotional reactions may have operated automatically, without conscious understanding. You may have lived according to expectations, habits, or unconscious desires. When awareness grows, you begin to see these patterns more vividly. This can feel overwhelming because it reveals inner conflicts that were hidden beneath routine or distraction. However, Buddhism views this stage as a necessary part of personal growth. Just as darkness becomes more visible before dawn, confusion often intensifies before insight emerges. Depression can be interpreted as a turning point rather than an end point. It disrupts familiar ways of living and forces you to confront deeper questions about purpose, values, and authenticity. While this confrontation may bring discomfort, it also opens the possibility of transformation. Buddhism encourages approaching this process with curiosity rather than judgment. Instead of asking, "What is wrong with me?" you begin asking, "What am I learning about myself?" This shift changes the emotional tone of self-reflection. It replaces shame with exploration and despair with potential. Another important aspect of this lesson is the recognition that identity is fluid. Many people believe that their current emotional state defines who they are. Buddhism teaches that identity is not a fixed structure, but a dynamic process shaped by experiences, perceptions, and intentions. When you understand this fluidity, you realize that feeling lost or confused does not mean you are permanently stuck. It means you are in transition. Awareness allows you to participate consciously in this transition rather than being carried by it unconsciously. This realization also reduces fear of vulnerability. Society often portrays strength as emotional control and constant success. When individuals struggle, they may feel ashamed of their sensitivity or uncertainty. Buddhism offers a different definition of strength. It describes strength as the ability to remain present with reality, even when reality is painful. By facing your inner world honestly, you cultivate resilience that is deeper than superficial confidence. This resilience is based on understanding rather than denial. Mindfulness practices support this awakening by creating space between awareness and automatic reaction. When you sit quietly and observe your thoughts, you begin to see that they are not absolute truths. They are interpretations influenced by past experiences and current conditions. This observation weakens the power of negative self-beliefs. Over time, you develop the capacity to respond to thoughts with wisdom instead of being controlled by them. This shift marks the beginning of emotional freedom. Awareness also enhances compassion toward others. As you become more familiar with your own struggles, you recognize that many people carry similar burdens. This recognition dissolves feelings of isolation and fosters empathy. You may find yourself listening more attentively, judging less quickly, and offering support more genuinely. Buddhism values this compassionate engagement as an expression of spiritual maturity. It transforms personal suffering into a source of connection rather than separation. Another transformation occurs when you accept that growth often involves uncertainty. The process of becoming aware does not provide immediate answers or clear directions. It invites patience and trust. You may experiment with new habits, perspectives, or relationships while learning what aligns with your authentic values. This exploration can feel unstable at times, but it gradually builds confidence. Each insight gained through reflection strengthens your ability to navigate future challenges. Buddhist teachings also emphasize that awareness reveals both limitations and possibilities. You may notice patterns that hinder your well-being, such as excessive worry, attachment to approval, or avoidance of difficult conversations. Recognizing these patterns is not a reason for self-criticism. It is an opportunity for change. Awareness illuminates the path toward healthier choices. By taking small steps to adjust behavior, you begin to experience the practical benefits of mindfulness. The idea that you are not broken but awakening also reshapes your relationship with time. Depression often creates urgency or hopelessness, making you feel as though you must fix everything immediately or that nothing will ever improve. Buddhism introduces a more balanced perspective. It teaches that transformation unfolds gradually, influenced by consistent effort and supportive conditions. Patience becomes a form of wisdom, allowing you to appreciate progress without unrealistic pressure. As awareness deepens, you may discover new sources of meaning. Activities that once felt routine can gain significance when approached with mindfulness. Creative expression, learning, service, or spiritual practice may become pathways for growth. These experiences reinforce the understanding that life is not defined solely by past difficulties. It is an ongoing process of discovery and adaptation. Ultimately, this lesson invites you to see emotional struggle as part of a larger journey towards self-understanding. You are not a fixed identity trapped in suffering. You are a conscious being capable of observing, learning, and evolving. Depression may have brought pain and confusion, but it can also bring insight and depth. By embracing awareness, you transform adversity into wisdom. In this way, Buddhism offers hope without denying reality. It acknowledges the challenges of emotional pain while affirming the possibility of renewal. You are not broken beyond repair. You are in the process of becoming more aware, more compassionate, and more aligned with your authentic nature. Each moment of reflection is like a step toward clarity. Each act of kindness toward yourself or others strengthens inner stability. As you continue walking this path, you realize that healing is not about returning to who you were before suffering. It is about discovering who you can become through understanding. Awareness becomes both the guide and the destination, leading you toward a life lived with greater wisdom and balance. And within this awakening, stress and depression gradually lose their grip, replaced by a quiet confidence that you are capable of growth, no matter how difficult the journey may seem. 18. Letting go is not losing, it is making space for a new life to begin. One of the most misunderstood ideas in the journey of healing from stress and depression is the concept of letting go. Many people hear these words and immediately feel fear. They imagine that letting go means giving up on their dreams, abandoning their memories, or becoming emotionally detached from everything that once mattered to them. Because of this misunderstanding, they hold on tightly to past experiences, relationships, identities, and expectations, even when these attachments are causing deep emotional pain. Buddhism offers a profound and compassionate teaching that transforms the meaning of letting go. It explains that letting go is not about losing what is valuable. It is about releasing what is no longer helping you grow, so that space can be created for new understanding, new peace, and new possibilities. Attachment often begins with good intentions. You form bonds with people, goals, or beliefs because they bring comfort and meaning. Over time, however, these attachments can become rigid. You may start believing that your happiness depends entirely on specific outcomes or on the presence of certain individuals. When life changes, as it inevitably does, this dependency creates suffering. Depression can intensify when you feel that something essential has been taken away from you. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises not only from loss itself, but from the resistance to accepting change. Letting go becomes a pathway to freedom because it allows you to adapt rather than remain trapped in memories or expectations. Letting go also involves releasing the stories you repeat about yourself. Many people carry narratives shaped by past failures, criticism, or disappointment. They tell themselves that they are not capable, not worthy, or not destined for happiness. These stories feel real because they have been repeated for years. Buddhism encourages questioning these mental patterns with mindful awareness. When you observe thoughts as temporary events rather than absolute truths, you gain the power to choose which narratives you continue to believe. Letting go of limiting self-definitions opens the door to personal transformation. Another dimension of letting go is emotional forgiveness. Holding on to resentment or regret keeps the mind anchored in the past. You may replay painful events, imagining different outcomes, or blaming yourself or others. This mental repetition consumes energy that could be used for healing. Buddhism does not suggest forgetting or denying what happened. Instead, it invites you to acknowledge the pain and gradually release the emotional grip it has on your present life. Forgiveness, in this context, is not a gift you give to someone else. It is a form of liberation you offer to yourself. Letting go also requires trust in impermanence. Everything in life changes, including relationships, circumstances, and personal identities. When you resist this natural flow, you create tension and anxiety. By accepting impermanence, you begin to see change as a source of renewal rather than threat. Just as seasons shift and landscapes evolve, your emotional world also moves through cycles. Letting go allows you to participate in these cycles with openness instead of fear. It transforms uncertainty into possibility. Mindfulness practices help cultivate the courage to release what no longer serves you. During meditation, you learn to watch thoughts and emotions arise and fade without clinging to them. This experience demonstrates that holding on is not necessary for existence. You can remain present and aware even as internal states change. Over time, this realization reduces attachment to both pleasure and pain. You develop a balanced perspective that supports mental stability. Another important aspect of letting go is recognizing the difference between healthy commitment and harmful attachment. Buddhism does not encourage abandoning responsibilities or meaningful relationships. It emphasizes engaging with life fully while maintaining inner flexibility. This flexibility allows you to respond wisely when situations evolve. You can care deeply without losing your sense of self. You can pursue goals without defining your worth solely by success or failure. Letting go also creates space for creativity and growth. When the mind is preoccupied with past regrets or future worries, it has little capacity for innovation. By releasing mental clutter, you free attention for new ideas and experiences. Depression often narrows perception, making life feel repetitive and stagnant. Letting go expands awareness, revealing opportunities that were previously overlooked. This expansion brings a sense of renewal and motivation. Another transformation occurs in relationships. When you stop clinging to specific expectations, interactions become more authentic. You listen more attentively, communicate more honestly, and appreciate others for who they are rather than for the roles you want them to play. This authenticity strengthens connection and reduces conflict. Buddhism teaches that genuine love involves freedom, not possession. Letting go supports this freedom, allowing relationships to evolve naturally. The process of letting go is gradual and requires patience. You may experience moments of resistance, sadness, or fear as you release familiar patterns. Buddhism encourages meeting these emotions with compassion rather than judgment. Each small step toward acceptance contributes to long-term healing. Over time, the mind becomes lighter and more resilient. You begin to trust that life can continue meaningfully even after significant changes. Letting go also deepens spiritual insight. It reveals that identity is not fixed, but continuously shaped by awareness and intention. When you release attachment to rigid self-concepts, you experience a sense of openness that transcends ordinary thinking. This openness allows you to connect with values such as kindness, wisdom, and balance. These qualities provide a stable foundation for navigating uncertainty. Ultimately, this lesson teaches that letting go is an act of courage and hope. It requires faith in your ability to adapt and grow. It invites you to see endings not as final defeats, but as transitions leading to new beginnings. Buddhism describes this process as a form of liberation, where the mind moves beyond fear and attachment toward clarity and peace. As you practice letting go, you may notice subtle shifts in how you experience life. Moments of calm become more frequent. Relationships feel less burdened by expectation. Challenges appear less overwhelming because you trust your capacity to respond creatively. This transformation does not happen overnight, but it unfolds steadily through mindful awareness and compassionate action. In this way, Buddhism offers a reassuring message to anyone struggling with stress or depression. You do not have to hold on to everything in order to feel secure. True security arises from inner flexibility and understanding. By letting go of what restricts your growth, you make room for healing and renewal. You allow life to move through you rather than against you. Letting go is not about emptiness or loss. It is about creating space for a new life to begin. Within this space, peace can emerge naturally, supported by wisdom and acceptance. As you continue this journey, you discover that freedom is not found in controlling every outcome, but in learning to release with trust. And in that release, you find the strength to move forward with clarity, compassion, and quiet confidence. 19. Meaning is not found, it is created through awareness and compassion. One of the deepest struggles people face during stress and depression is the feeling that life has lost its meaning. Activities that once brought excitement may start to feel empty. Goals that once felt important may begin to seem pointless. Even relationships can appear distant or mechanical. This loss of meaning creates a heavy emotional atmosphere where motivation fades and hope becomes difficult to sustain. Buddhism approaches this experience with profound understanding. Instead of insisting that meaning must be discovered in some external achievement or predefined purpose, it teaches that meaning is something you gradually create through awareness, intention, and compassionate engagement with life. Many people grow up believing that happiness and meaning will naturally appear once certain milestones are reached. They expect fulfillment to come from career success, social recognition, material comfort, or romantic relationships. While these experiences can bring satisfaction, they are not permanent sources of emotional stability. When circumstances change or expectations are not met, the sense of meaning can collapse. Depression often intensifies when individuals feel that their lives no longer follow the path they imagined. Buddhism suggests that clinging to rigid definitions of purpose creates unnecessary suffering. Instead, it encourages exploring meaning as a living process shaped by daily choices. Awareness is the foundation of this process. When you become mindful of your thoughts, emotions, and actions, you begin to see how meaning emerges from the way you relate to experiences. A simple act such as helping someone, learning a new skill, or appreciating nature can generate a sense of fulfillment that does not depend on long-term outcomes. These moments may seem small, but they accumulate into a deeper understanding of what truly matters. Buddhism emphasizes that meaningful living is less about grand achievements and more about consistent presence and ethical intention. Compassion plays an equally important role. When depression narrows attention inward, it can create a sense of isolation and self-absorption. You may become preoccupied with personal pain, losing awareness of the broader human experience. Compassion shifts this focus by reminding you that others also struggle and seek understanding. Engaging in acts of kindness, listening to someone's story, or contributing to community well-being can restore a sense of connection. This connection generates meaning because it aligns your actions with values that transcend individual concerns. Another dimension of meaning involves accepting imperfection. Many people feel that life must follow a clear narrative with predictable progress. When unexpected challenges arise, they interpret these disruptions as failures. Buddhism teaches that uncertainty and change are natural aspects of existence. Instead of viewing obstacles as meaningless interruptions, you can see them as opportunities for growth. Each difficulty invites reflection on priorities and resilience. Through this reflection, meaning becomes dynamic rather than fixed. Mindfulness practices help cultivate this perspective by anchoring attention in the present moment. When you observe your breathing, bodily sensations, or surroundings without judgment, you experience life directly rather than through layers of expectation. This direct experience reveals subtle forms of meaning that are often overlooked. The warmth of sunlight, the rhythm of footsteps, or the quiet presence of another person can become sources of appreciation. These simple experiences remind you that life's value is not limited to extraordinary events. Meaning also evolves through learning and creativity. Depression may create the belief that you have nothing to contribute or that your efforts are insignificant. Buddhism counters this belief by emphasizing the uniqueness of each individual's journey. Your insights, talents, and perspectives can influence others in ways you may not immediately recognize. Engaging in creative expression, education, or spiritual exploration expands awareness and generates a sense of purpose rooted in curiosity rather than pressure. Another important transformation occurs when you realize that meaning is connected to responsibility. When you take ownership of your actions and choices, you begin shaping your emotional environment. This responsibility does not imply blame for past suffering. Instead, it highlights the potential for positive change. By aligning daily behavior with values such as honesty, generosity, and mindfulness, you create conditions where meaning naturally grows. This alignment reduces internal conflict and supports mental clarity. Relationships also contribute to meaningful living when approached with awareness. Instead of seeking validation or escape from loneliness, you engage with others as partners in mutual growth. Conversations become opportunities for understanding rather than competition. Shared experiences create memories that reinforce a sense of belonging. Buddhism teaches that meaningful relationships are not based solely on emotional intensity, but on respect, empathy, and patience. The search for meaning often leads to existential questions about life's ultimate purpose. Buddhism addresses these questions by encouraging direct experience rather than abstract speculation. Through meditation and contemplation, you observe the impermanent and interconnected nature of reality. This observation fosters humility and wonder. Meaning arises not from definitive answers, but from the willingness to remain present with life's unfolding mystery. Over time, as awareness and compassion deepen, the feeling of emptiness associated with depression may begin to transform. You may notice moments of quiet satisfaction in everyday activities. You may feel motivated to contribute to causes that resonate with your values. These experiences do not eliminate challenges, but they provide a sense of direction that supports resilience. Meaning becomes a guiding force that helps you navigate uncertainty with confidence. Ultimately, Buddhism teaches that life's purpose is not a destination waiting to be discovered. It is a process created through mindful participation in the present moment. By cultivating awareness and compassion, you transform ordinary experiences into sources of insight and connection. This transformation reduces the grip of stress and depression by shifting focus from what is lacking to what can be nurtured. In this way, the realization that meaning is created rather than found becomes liberating. It empowers you to engage with life creatively and ethically. You recognize that each choice contributes to a larger narrative shaped by intention and understanding. Depression may still bring periods of doubt, but it no longer defines your entire outlook. Instead, you see it as one aspect of a complex journey toward wisdom. As you continue practicing mindful awareness and compassionate action, meaning unfolds gradually. It becomes evident in relationships strengthened by empathy, in skills developed through persistence, and in moments of peace cultivated through reflection. This unfolding reveals that fulfillment is not reserved for extraordinary circumstances. It is available within the flow of daily life. Through this lesson, Buddhism offers a hopeful vision. Even when stress and depression obscure your sense of purpose, you retain the capacity to create meaning through conscious engagement. By embracing awareness and compassion, you participate in shaping a life that feels authentic and valuable. And within this participation, the mind finds renewed energy, the heart discovers connection, and the journey toward healing continues with quiet determination. 20. Inner peace is not something you find, it is something you practice until it becomes who you are. One of the most common misunderstandings about healing from stress and depression is the belief that inner peace is a destination waiting somewhere in the future. Many people imagine that one day, after their problems are solved, after they become successful, after relationships improve, or after life finally becomes stable, peace will naturally arrive. This belief creates a constant postponement of happiness. The mind keeps saying, "I will feel calm when this situation changes," or "I will be at peace when I become a different person." Buddhism offers a transformative insight that challenges this pattern. It teaches that inner peace is not something you discover accidentally or receive as a reward. It is something you cultivate through consistent awareness, compassionate action, and mindful living. Stress and depression often arise when the mind is caught in cycles of regret about the past or anxiety about the future. These cycles create a sense of restlessness that prevents the experience of calmness in the present moment. Buddhism explains that peace is not dependent on perfect circumstances. It is a quality of attention that can be developed even in challenging conditions. When you practice returning your focus to what is happening right now, your breathing, your physical sensations, your immediate environment, you begin to interrupt the endless mental narratives that fuel suffering. This interruption creates small pockets of stillness that gradually expand into a stable sense of tranquility. Practicing peace involves recognizing the difference between reacting and responding. Reaction is automatic and often driven by fear or habit. Response is intentional and guided by understanding. For example, when faced with criticism or disappointment, the reactive mind may produce anger or self-doubt. Through mindfulness, you learn to pause before acting on these impulses. This pause allows you to consider alternative perspectives and choose actions aligned with wisdom rather than emotion alone. Over time, such mindful responses reduce conflict and strengthen emotional resilience. Another essential element of practicing peace is self-compassion. Depression frequently involves harsh inner dialogue that magnifies perceived failures. People may speak to themselves in ways they would never speak to others. Buddhism encourages replacing this critical voice with kindness and patience. Self-compassion does not mean ignoring mistakes or avoiding responsibility. It means acknowledging human limitations while maintaining a supportive attitude toward personal growth. This gentle approach reduces internal tension and creates conditions for healing. Meditation serves as a practical training ground for developing inner peace. By sitting quietly and observing thoughts without attachment, you gradually weaken the habit of identifying with every mental event. You realize that awareness itself remains calm, even when thoughts are turbulent. This realization shifts your sense of identity from being the thinker of thoughts to being the observer of them. As this perspective stabilizes, stress loses much of its intensity. You begin to trust that peace is accessible, regardless of external fluctuations. Practicing peace also involves ethical living. Buddhism emphasizes actions that promote harmony, such as honesty, generosity, and non-harming. When your behavior aligns with these principles, you experience less guilt and regret. Relationships become more stable, and self-respect increases. Ethical consistency creates an inner environment where calmness can flourish. It demonstrates that peace is not only a mental state, but also a reflection of how you interact with the world. Another transformation occurs when you view challenges as opportunities to strengthen mindfulness. Difficult situations often trigger emotional reactions that reveal underlying habits. Instead of seeing these moments as setbacks, you can treat them as training exercises. Each time you respond with patience rather than impulsiveness, you reinforce the neural and psychological patterns associated with peace. This repetition gradually makes calmness more natural and spontaneous. Gratitude also contributes to the cultivation of inner peace. When the mind focuses exclusively on problems, it creates a distorted perception of reality. By consciously acknowledging positive aspects of life, supportive relationships, moments of beauty, or personal achievements, you balance awareness. Gratitude does not deny suffering, but prevents it from dominating your experience. Buddhism teaches that appreciation of simple blessings nurtures contentment, a key component of lasting tranquility. The practice of peace extends beyond formal meditation into everyday activities. Walking, eating, working, and communicating can all be performed with mindful attention. This integration transforms routine tasks into opportunities for presence. Instead of rushing through life in pursuit of future satisfaction, you begin to engage fully with each moment. This engagement reduces anxiety and enhances enjoyment. Over time, peace becomes less of an effort and more of a natural orientation toward life. Inner peace also requires letting go of unrealistic expectations. Society often promotes ideals of constant productivity and emotional perfection. When individuals measure themselves against these standards, they may feel inadequate or overwhelmed. Buddhism encourages a more balanced approach that values moderation and authenticity. Accepting that fluctuations in mood and performance are normal reduces pressure and supports mental stability. Another aspect of practicing peace is cultivating resilience in the face of uncertainty. Life inevitably includes loss, change, and unpredictability. Instead of resisting these realities, mindfulness teaches you to adapt with flexibility. Each experience, whether pleasant or painful, becomes part of a larger learning process. This perspective transforms fear into curiosity and fosters confidence in your ability to navigate complexity. As peace becomes integrated into daily living, its influence extends to relationships and community. A calm mind communicates more clearly, listens more attentively, and resolves conflicts more constructively. This positive impact creates a supportive social environment that further reinforces emotional well-being. Buddhism highlights the interconnected nature of individual and collective peace, emphasizing that personal transformation contributes to broader harmony. Ultimately, this lesson reveals that inner peace is not an abstract concept reserved for spiritual experts. It is a practical skill developed through consistent practice and mindful intention. Each moment of awareness, each compassionate decision, and each act of ethical behavior strengthens the foundation of tranquility. Depression and stress may still arise, but they no longer dominate the mind. Instead, they are recognized as temporary disturbances within a larger field of calm awareness. By understanding that peace must be practiced rather than passively awaited, you reclaim agency over your emotional life. You realize that even small actions can influence mental patterns and create lasting change. This realization inspires persistence and hope. Healing becomes a journey of continuous learning rather than a distant goal. In this way, Buddhism offers a realistic yet uplifting message. Inner peace is not found in perfect circumstances or external validation. It is cultivated through daily commitment to awareness, compassion, and balance. As you continue practicing, peace gradually becomes part of your identity. It shapes how you think, feel, and interact with the world. Over time, the restless search for happiness is replaced by a quiet confidence that calmness is always accessible within you. Through this lesson, you discover that healing from stress and depression is not about escaping life, but about engaging with it more consciously. Each breath, each mindful step, and each compassionate gesture contributes to a deeper sense of stability. And in this steady practice, the mind learns to rest naturally in peace, no longer dependent on external conditions, but grounded in understanding and wisdom. 21. The life you fear living is often the life that will set you free. One of the most hidden sources of stress and depression is not only what has already happened in your life, but also what you are afraid to do next. Many people feel trapped not just by past pain, but by the fear of stepping into uncertainty. They remain in familiar routines, relationships, environments, and mental patterns even when these situations no longer support their growth. This hesitation is understandable because the unknown can feel threatening. The mind naturally seeks safety in what it already understands. However, Buddhism teaches that clinging to comfort zones can create a subtle form of suffering that slowly drains vitality and joy. The life you fear living, the changes you resist, the risks you avoid, the truths you hesitate to face, often contains the very opportunities that can lead to liberation and healing. Fear of change frequently arises from attachment to identity. You may define yourself through roles, achievements, or expectations that were once meaningful but now feel restrictive. Letting go of these definitions can feel like losing stability. Depression may deepen when you sense that your current way of living is not aligned with your deeper values, yet you feel powerless to transform it. Buddhism encourages recognizing that identity is not a fixed structure, but a dynamic process. Each moment offers the possibility of redefining who you are through conscious intention and mindful action. This realization transforms fear into a signal for exploration rather than a barrier to movement. The mind often exaggerates potential negative outcomes when contemplating change. It imagines failure, rejection, or loss of security. These projections create emotional paralysis that prevents experimentation. Buddhist mindfulness practices help you observe these mental scenarios without immediately accepting them as reality. By staying present with uncertainty, you gradually weaken the grip of fear. You learn that while change involves risk, remaining stagnant can lead to deeper dissatisfaction. Awareness allows you to evaluate situations more clearly and choose responses based on wisdom rather than anxiety. Another important dimension of this lesson is the concept of courage as a spiritual quality. Courage does not mean the absence of fear, but the willingness to act in alignment with understanding despite fear. Buddhism emphasizes that personal growth often requires stepping beyond habitual boundaries. This may involve expressing authentic emotions, pursuing meaningful goals, or releasing relationships that hinder well-being. Each courageous decision expands your sense of possibility. Over time, the unknown becomes less intimidating and more intriguing. Depression frequently narrows perception, making the future appear hopeless or predetermined. When you feel stuck, it is difficult to imagine alternative paths. Buddhism teaches that perception itself can be trained. Through mindfulness, you cultivate openness to new experiences and perspectives. You begin to notice opportunities that were previously overlooked. This shift does not guarantee immediate success, but it restores a sense of agency. You realize that life is not a fixed script, but an unfolding process shaped by your participation. Fear also diminishes when you develop trust in impermanence. Everything changes, including your emotional state and external circumstances. While uncertainty can be uncomfortable, it also creates space for renewal. Buddhism encourages embracing this fluidity rather than resisting it. When you accept that stability is temporary, you become more flexible in adapting to new situations. This flexibility reduces stress because you are no longer clinging to unrealistic expectations of permanence. Another transformation occurs when you confront the fear of judgment. Many people avoid pursuing their aspirations because they worry about how others will perceive them. This concern can limit creativity and authenticity. Buddhism highlights the importance of inner validation over external approval. By focusing on ethical intention and mindful awareness, you align actions with personal values rather than social pressure. This alignment fosters confidence and reduces the emotional impact of criticism. Stepping into the life you fear living often involves redefining success. Instead of measuring worth through comparison or achievement alone, you begin to evaluate progress through growth and understanding. This perspective reduces performance anxiety and encourages experimentation. Mistakes become lessons rather than evidence of inadequacy. Buddhism teaches that wisdom arises through direct experience, including experiences that challenge comfort and certainty. Another aspect of liberation involves confronting emotional avoidance. Fear may lead you to suppress grief, anger, or vulnerability. While this suppression can provide temporary relief, it prevents deeper healing. Mindful awareness invites you to acknowledge these emotions with compassion. By facing what you have been avoiding, you gain insight into underlying needs and motivations. This insight supports healthier decisions and strengthens resilience. Relationships also evolve when you choose to live more authentically. Courageous honesty fosters deeper connection and mutual respect. You may attract individuals who resonate with your values and release dynamics that perpetuate stress. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of supportive community in the journey toward liberation. Engaging with others from a place of authenticity enhances emotional well-being and reduces isolation. The process of embracing feared possibilities is gradual and requires patience. You may encounter setbacks or moments of doubt. Buddhism encourages maintaining mindfulness during these phases. Each challenge provides an opportunity to practice equanimity, the ability to remain balanced amid fluctuation. This balance prevents discouragement and sustains motivation. Over time, as you explore new paths and confront old fears, your perception of life changes. What once seemed threatening begins to appear as an invitation to grow. Depression may still arise occasionally, but it no longer defines your outlook. Instead, you recognize it as a signal that deeper alignment is needed. This recognition empowers you to adjust direction and continue evolving. Ultimately, this lesson reveals that liberation is closely linked to willingness to face uncertainty. The life you fear living may hold experiences that awaken creativity, compassion, and purpose. By stepping beyond habitual limitations, you expand awareness and discover aspects of yourself that remained hidden in comfort. Buddhism teaches that freedom is not found in avoiding change, but in engaging with it mindfully. Through consistent practice of courage and awareness, you transform fear into a catalyst for transformation. Each step into the unknown strengthens trust in your adaptability. Each moment of authenticity deepens connection with yourself and others. Over time, the boundaries that once confined you dissolve, revealing a broader landscape of possibility. In this way, Buddhism offers a hopeful perspective on fear and depression. They are not merely obstacles but potential gateways to deeper understanding. By embracing the life you once feared, you allow healing to unfold through experience and insight. This unfolding nurtures inner peace and resilience, guiding you toward a more meaningful existence shaped by wisdom rather than avoidance. As you continue walking this path, you realize that freedom is not granted by external conditions, but cultivated through mindful engagement with uncertainty. The courage to live authentically becomes a source of strength that supports emotional well-being. And within this courage, you discover that the very life you feared holds the key to your liberation. 22. The mind heals slowly, but every moment of awareness is changing you. One of the most difficult aspects of stress and depression is the feeling that healing is not happening fast enough. Many people begin their journey toward inner peace with hope and determination, but when they do not see immediate results, they become discouraged. They may think that mindfulness is not working, that meditation is not helping, or that they are somehow incapable of change. This impatience creates additional suffering because it turns healing into another expectation to be met. Buddhism offers a compassionate and realistic understanding of this experience. It teaches that the mind, like the body, heals gradually. Every moment of awareness, no matter how small it seems, contributes to transformation. Modern culture often promotes the idea of instant solutions. People are encouraged to seek quick relief from discomfort, whether through distraction, consumption, or external validation. While these strategies can provide temporary comfort, they rarely address the deeper patterns that sustain emotional distress. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of sustained practice and gentle persistence. Healing is not a sudden event, but a process that unfolds through repeated moments of mindfulness. Each time you notice a thought without reacting to it, each time you choose compassion instead of self-criticism, and each time you return your attention to the present moment, you are reshaping mental habits. This gradual transformation can be difficult to recognize because the mind tends to focus on dramatic changes rather than subtle shifts. You may overlook improvements such as increased patience, reduced intensity of negative thoughts, or the ability to recover more quickly from emotional setbacks. Buddhism encourages cultivating sensitivity to these small victories. By acknowledging incremental progress, you strengthen motivation and trust in the healing process. This trust reduces anxiety about the future and fosters a sense of stability. Another important aspect of slow healing is the release of perfectionism. Many individuals believe that they must achieve a state of constant calm or happiness to consider themselves healed. When moments of sadness or stress return, they interpret this as failure. Buddhism teaches that emotional fluctuations are natural and do not invalidate progress. Healing does not mean the complete absence of discomfort. It means developing the capacity to respond wisely and compassionately when discomfort arises. This balanced perspective prevents discouragement and supports long-term resilience. Mindfulness practices provide practical tools for cultivating patience. During meditation, you learn to observe the changing nature of thoughts and sensations. You may notice how the mind wanders, how emotions arise unexpectedly, and how attention can be gently redirected. This observation reveals that transformation is already occurring. Each redirection of focus strengthens neural pathways associated with concentration and emotional regulation. Although these changes may be subtle, they accumulate over time, leading to greater mental clarity. Another transformation occurs in the relationship between awareness and identity. When you practice mindfulness consistently, you begin to see that you are not defined by your thoughts or moods. This realization reduces the tendency to label yourself as anxious, depressed, or incapable. Instead, you recognize these states as temporary experiences within a broader field of consciousness. This shift in identity fosters self-acceptance and reduces the fear of emotional setbacks. Slow healing also involves integrating insights into daily life. Buddhism emphasizes that mindfulness is not limited to formal meditation sessions. It can be practiced while walking, working, eating, or interacting with others. Each moment of attentive presence contributes to emotional balance. For example, choosing to listen fully during a conversation or pausing to breathe deeply during a stressful situation reinforces the habit of awareness. Over time, these practices create a lifestyle oriented toward calmness and understanding. Another essential dimension of gradual healing is compassion toward oneself. When progress feels slow, the mind may produce self-critical thoughts such as, "I should be better by now," or "Others are recovering faster than I am." Buddhism encourages responding to these thoughts with kindness. Healing is not a competition. Each individual's journey is influenced by unique experiences, resources, and challenges. Accepting your pace of growth reduces pressure and allows transformation to occur more naturally. The concept of impermanence also supports patience in healing. Emotional pain, like all phenomena, is subject to change. Even when progress seems invisible, underlying processes are unfolding. Neural connections are being reshaped, perspectives are evolving, and resilience is strengthening. Trusting impermanence helps you remain committed to practice without demanding immediate results. This trust creates emotional stability and reduces frustration. Another benefit of slow healing is the development of wisdom. Quick solutions often address symptoms without fostering deep understanding. Gradual transformation, on the other hand, provides opportunities to reflect on patterns of thought and behavior. You may discover the roots of certain fears, the influence of past experiences, or the importance of aligning actions with personal values. This insight enhances decision-making and supports long-term well-being. Relationships also improve as awareness deepens. When you cultivate patience with your own healing process, you become more understanding of others' struggles. This empathy strengthens connection and reduces conflict. Buddhism teaches that personal growth contributes to collective harmony. By practicing mindfulness and compassion, you create a positive ripple effect that influences your social environment. Another transformation involves redefining success. Instead of measuring progress solely through external achievements or emotional perfection, you begin to value inner qualities such as clarity, kindness, and resilience. This shift reduces anxiety and fosters contentment. Each moment of awareness becomes meaningful because it reflects intentional living rather than reactive behavior. Ultimately, this lesson highlights the importance of perseverance. Healing from stress and depression requires sustained effort and trust in the process. There may be periods of stagnation or regression, but these phases are part of growth. Buddhism encourages maintaining commitment to practice, even when motivation fluctuates. Consistency gradually transforms mindfulness from an effort into a natural orientation toward life. As awareness accumulates, you may notice that emotional storms lose intensity and duration. You recover more quickly from setbacks, experience moments of genuine calm, and feel more capable of navigating uncertainty. These changes reinforce confidence in your ability to heal. Over time, the mind becomes more spacious and less dominated by habitual negativity. In this way, Buddhism offers a hopeful perspective on slow healing. Transformation does not require dramatic breakthroughs or extraordinary circumstances. It emerges from ordinary moments of presence and compassion. Each mindful breath, each ethical decision, and each act of kindness contributes to a gradual reorganization of mental patterns. Stress and depression may still arise, but they no longer control your life. By understanding that the mind heals slowly, you learn to appreciate the journey rather than fixating on the destination. You cultivate patience, trust, and resilience that support long-term well-being. Healing becomes a continuous process of learning and adaptation. Through consistent awareness, you transform suffering into insight and uncertainty into confidence. As you continue practicing mindfulness and compassion, the realization grows that change is already happening within you. You are becoming more attentive, more understanding, and more aligned with your values. This realization brings a quiet sense of fulfillment that does not depend on external validation. It reflects the deep truth that every moment of awareness is shaping your future. Through this lesson, Buddhism invites you to embrace the gradual nature of transformation. Instead of rushing toward an imagined state of perfection, you learn to walk patiently on the path of growth. Each step, no matter how small, contributes to healing. And as you persist, inner peace begins to feel less like a distant goal and more like a natural expression of who you are becoming. 23. You are not lost. You are in the middle of your transformation. One of the heaviest feelings during stress and depression is the belief that you have lost your direction in life. Many people reach moments where nothing feels certain anymore. Plans that once seemed clear become confusing, relationships feel distant, motivation disappears, and the future begins to look like a blank space filled with fear. In these moments, the mind often creates a painful conclusion: I am lost. This conclusion carries a deep emotional weight because it suggests failure, weakness, and the possibility that things may never improve. Buddhism offers a compassionate and powerful perspective that challenges this belief. It teaches that what you interpret as being lost may actually be a period of transformation. Transformation rarely feels comfortable. When old ways of thinking and living begin to break down, the mind searches for stability and familiarity. It wants clear answers and predictable outcomes. When these are not available, anxiety increases. Depression may deepen because uncertainty is often misunderstood as danger. Buddhism explains that uncertainty is not always a sign of failure. It can be a natural stage in the process of growth. Just as a caterpillar dissolves inside the cocoon before becoming a butterfly, human beings also experience phases where identity feels unstable before new understanding emerges. During transformation, many aspects of life may change simultaneously. You may question beliefs that once felt unquestionable. You may feel disconnected from roles that previously defined your sense of self. You may notice emotional patterns that you never recognized before. These experiences can be disorienting because they challenge the continuity of your personal narrative. However, Buddhism encourages viewing this disruption as an opportunity for awakening. When the familiar dissolves, space is created for deeper awareness. One reason transformation feels like being lost is that society often emphasizes certainty and productivity. People are expected to follow clear paths toward success, stability, and recognition. When individuals deviate from these expectations, they may feel ashamed or inadequate. Buddhism invites a more flexible understanding of progress. It recognizes that growth is not always linear. Periods of confusion, introspection, and emotional struggle can be essential for developing wisdom and compassion. These periods allow you to explore values and aspirations that might remain hidden in times of comfort. Mindfulness plays a crucial role in navigating transformation. By observing thoughts and emotions without immediate judgment, you create a sense of inner grounding, even when external circumstances are uncertain. This grounding does not eliminate confusion, but it reduces fear. You begin to trust that awareness itself can provide stability. Through consistent practice, you learn to stay present with questions rather than rushing toward premature answers. This patience supports authentic insight. Another transformation occurs in how you relate to failure. Depression often magnifies past mistakes and interprets them as evidence of personal inadequacy. Buddhism encourages a different interpretation. It suggests that mistakes are part of learning and that growth often requires experimentation. By reframing setbacks as opportunities for reflection, you reduce self-criticism and cultivate resilience. This perspective fosters confidence in your ability to adapt. Relationships also evolve during periods of transformation. You may find that certain connections no longer resonate with your developing values. This shift can create loneliness or guilt, especially if you feel responsible for maintaining harmony. Buddhism teaches that change in relationships is natural and that authentic connection depends on mutual growth. By communicating honestly and setting healthy boundaries, you create space for relationships that support your well-being. Another important aspect of transformation is the exploration of purpose. When familiar goals lose meaning, you may feel directionless. Buddhism suggests that purpose is not a fixed destination, but a quality that emerges from mindful engagement with life. By paying attention to what brings genuine fulfillment, such as helping others, learning, or creative expression, you begin to shape a new sense of direction. This direction is more flexible and sustainable because it is rooted in awareness rather than external pressure. Transformation also involves confronting emotional pain that may have been suppressed. Depression can act as a signal that unresolved experiences require attention. Through mindfulness and compassion, you gradually process these emotions. This process can feel intense, but it leads to greater clarity and self-understanding. Buddhism emphasizes that healing often requires facing discomfort rather than avoiding it. Each moment of courage contributes to inner freedom. Another dimension of this lesson is the realization that identity is not static. You are not confined to past definitions or expectations. Transformation allows you to redefine yourself through conscious intention. You may discover strengths, interests, or values that were previously overshadowed by routine. This discovery can inspire a renewed sense of possibility and motivation. The metaphor of the journey is often used in Buddhist teachings to describe personal growth. Being in the middle of transformation is like traveling through unfamiliar terrain. You may not always know the exact destination, but each step provides experience and insight. By focusing on the process rather than the outcome, you reduce anxiety and cultivate trust. This trust supports perseverance even when progress feels slow. Over time, as awareness deepens, the feeling of being lost begins to transform into a sense of exploration. You realize that uncertainty does not mean absence of direction. It means that new directions are emerging. Depression may still bring moments of doubt, but these moments no longer dominate your perception. Instead, you see them as temporary phases within a larger context of growth. Ultimately, Buddhism teaches that transformation is an ongoing aspect of human existence. Life continuously presents opportunities to learn, adapt, and evolve. By embracing this dynamic nature, you reduce resistance and increase openness to experience. This openness fosters emotional resilience and supports long-term well-being. In this way, the realization that you are not lost but transforming becomes deeply empowering. It shifts focus from perceived failure to potential development. It encourages patience, curiosity, and compassion toward yourself and others. Through mindful awareness, you navigate uncertainty with greater confidence. As you continue this journey, you may notice subtle changes in perspective. Challenges feel less overwhelming, relationships more authentic, and daily experiences more meaningful. These shifts indicate that transformation is unfolding, even if the path remains unclear. Buddhism reminds you that wisdom grows through lived experience, not through rigid certainty. By accepting that being in transition is a natural part of growth, you free yourself from the pressure to have all answers immediately. You allow life to reveal insights gradually. This acceptance creates a sense of inner peace that coexists with change. Depression loses some of its intensity because it is no longer interpreted as permanent loss, but as a signal for deeper understanding. Through this lesson, Buddhism offers reassurance to anyone feeling directionless. You are not failing at life, you are learning how to live more consciously. Each moment of reflection, each act of courage, and each step toward authenticity contributes to transformation. And within this transformation lies the possibility of renewed purpose, resilience, and quiet happiness that emerges from understanding rather than external validation. 24. Let life flow, stop fighting every moment, and discover inner freedom. One of the most exhausting habits of the human mind is the constant attempt to control everything. When stress and depression appear, this habit becomes even stronger. You begin to fight reality in subtle ways. You fight your emotions because you do not want to feel pain. You fight uncertainty because you want guaranteed outcomes. You fight change because you want stability. You fight people because you want them to behave according to your expectations. Over time, this invisible inner struggle drains your energy and makes life feel heavier than it actually is. Buddhism teaches that much of human suffering does not come from life itself, but from the resistance we create against the natural flow of life. To understand this lesson, it is important to recognize that life is not a fixed structure. It is a dynamic process that constantly moves, shifts, and transforms. Every moment carries new conditions. Thoughts arise and disappear. Emotions rise like waves and eventually settle. Situations that seem permanent today may change tomorrow. When you expect life to remain predictable and stable, you create tension within yourself. Depression often deepens because reality fails to match your expectations. Buddhism invites you to adopt a different relationship with life, one based on acceptance, awareness, and gentle participation rather than constant control. Letting life flow does not mean becoming passive or careless. It does not mean abandoning goals or responsibilities. Instead, it means learning to respond wisely rather than reacting impulsively. When you stop fighting every moment, you create mental space to observe what is truly happening. This observation allows you to make clearer decisions. Stress reduces because you are no longer exhausting yourself by resisting unavoidable changes. Consider how water behaves in nature. Water does not argue with obstacles. When it encounters a rock, it does not attempt to destroy it through force. Instead, it flows around it, gradually shaping the environment through patience and persistence. Buddhism uses this metaphor to illustrate inner freedom. By becoming like water, you learn to adapt to circumstances without losing your essence. This flexibility strengthens resilience and prevents emotional rigidity. Depression often creates the illusion that you must solve everything immediately. The mind becomes impatient and overwhelmed by the desire for quick relief. This urgency leads to frustration when solutions are not available. Buddhism encourages a slower, more compassionate approach. Healing is not always a sudden transformation. It can be a gradual process that unfolds through consistent mindfulness and self-care. By allowing time for change, you reduce pressure and cultivate hope. Another important aspect of letting life flow is the acceptance of imperfection. Many people suffer because they believe life should be flawless. They expect relationships to be harmonious, careers to progress smoothly, and personal development to follow a clear path. When reality deviates from these expectations, disappointment arises. Buddhism teaches that imperfection is not a defect in life, but a natural feature of existence. Recognizing this truth reduces unrealistic demands and fosters emotional balance. Letting life flow also involves releasing the need to control other people. Stress and depression often intensify when you feel responsible for managing others' opinions or behaviors. You may attempt to please everyone or avoid conflict at any cost. This pattern leads to exhaustion and loss of authenticity. Buddhism encourages healthy boundaries and self-awareness. By focusing on your own actions and intentions rather than trying to shape others, you regain a sense of autonomy and peace. Mindfulness practices such as meditation and conscious breathing support this lesson. When you sit quietly and observe your breath, you begin to experience the natural rhythm of life within your own body. Inhalation and exhalation occur without force. They happen effortlessly when you allow them. This simple awareness can transform your relationship with stress. Instead of reacting to tension with fear, you learn to witness it as a temporary sensation. This witnessing creates emotional distance and prevents escalation. Another dimension of this lesson is the recognition that meaning emerges through participation in life rather than through rigid planning. Depression can make you feel disconnected from purpose. You may believe that unless you have a clear vision of the future, your efforts are pointless. Buddhism suggests that purpose often reveals itself through mindful engagement with the present moment. By performing small actions with sincerity, helping someone, learning a skill, appreciating nature, you gradually rediscover fulfillment. Letting life flow also requires trust. This trust is not blind optimism, but a grounded confidence in your ability to adapt. You may not control every event, but you can cultivate inner strength to face challenges. Buddhism teaches that wisdom grows through experience. Each difficulty becomes an opportunity to develop patience, compassion, and insight. By trusting this process, you reduce fear of uncertainty. Stress frequently arises from clinging to outcomes. You may work hard toward a goal and feel devastated if results differ from expectations. Buddhism introduces the concept of non-attachment. This principle does not discourage effort, but encourages focusing on the quality of action rather than the guarantee of reward. When you act with dedication and then release attachment to results, you experience greater freedom. Success brings gratitude, and setbacks bring learning rather than despair. Another transformation occurs in how you perceive time. Depression often traps the mind in memories of past mistakes or worries about the future. Letting life flow means returning attention to the present moment. This moment is the only place where change is possible. By grounding yourself in current experience, you reduce rumination and anxiety. Over time, this practice strengthens emotional stability. Nature offers many reminders of the power of flow. Seasons change without resistance. Trees shed leaves in autumn and bloom again in spring. Rivers continue moving despite obstacles. Observing these patterns can inspire acceptance of life's cycles. Buddhism encourages spending time in nature as a way to reconnect with the rhythm of existence. This connection fosters humility and perspective. Letting life flow also involves forgiving yourself for perceived failures. Depression often amplifies self-criticism. You may replay past decisions and imagine alternative outcomes. Buddhism teaches that regret can be transformed into wisdom when approached with compassion. By acknowledging mistakes and committing to growth, you release emotional burden. This release creates space for renewed motivation. Another important realization is that control is often an illusion. Even when you plan carefully, unexpected events can occur. Recognizing this truth does not lead to hopelessness. Instead, it encourages flexibility and creativity. When plans change, you learn to adjust rather than collapse. This adaptability is a source of resilience that supports long-term well-being. Letting life flow also enhances relationships. When you stop forcing outcomes, interactions become more authentic. You listen more attentively and respond more thoughtfully. Conflicts are approached with curiosity rather than defensiveness. This openness fosters mutual understanding and reduces emotional strain. As mindfulness deepens, you may notice subtle shifts in perception. Situations that once triggered intense stress feel more manageable. You develop the ability to pause before reacting. This pause allows wisdom to guide your actions. Over time, inner freedom grows because you are no longer controlled by automatic patterns. Ultimately, Buddhism teaches that life's flow is not an obstacle to happiness, but a pathway to it. By aligning with this flow, you reduce resistance and cultivate serenity. Depression may still arise, but it no longer defines your identity. Instead, it becomes a temporary experience within a larger journey of growth. Through this lesson, you learn that freedom is not found in controlling every detail of existence. It is discovered in the willingness to engage with life as it unfolds. By embracing change, practicing mindfulness, and trusting your capacity to adapt, you transform stress into insight and uncertainty into possibility. When you let life flow, you rediscover a quiet strength that does not depend on external conditions. This strength allows you to face challenges with calm determination. Happiness becomes less about achieving perfect circumstances and more about maintaining inner balance. In this way, the practice of flowing with life becomes a profound source of healing. It softens the grip of depression and opens the heart to new experiences. Each moment becomes an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to experience the simple yet powerful freedom of being present. 25. You are not broken, you are awakening through pain. There comes a moment in many people's lives when stress and depression stop feeling like temporary emotions and start feeling like permanent identities. You wake up with heaviness in your chest. You move through the day with invisible weight on your shoulders. Simple tasks begin to feel overwhelming. Joy becomes distant, motivation fades, and slowly, a dangerous belief begins to grow inside the mind. You start thinking that something is fundamentally wrong with you. You begin to see your sadness not as a passing experience, but as proof that you are flawed, weak, or beyond repair. This belief is one of the deepest wounds a human being can carry because it transforms suffering into self-rejection. Buddhist wisdom offers a profoundly different understanding of this experience. It teaches that what you are going through is not evidence of brokenness. It can be the beginning of awakening. Pain has a strange and powerful role in human transformation. It disrupts illusions, it challenges comfortable habits, it forces attention inward. When life is easy and predictable, many people live on autopilot. They follow routines, chase external validation, and rarely question the deeper meaning of their existence. But when depression enters the picture, autopilot stops working. Suddenly, familiar strategies fail. Distractions lose their power. The mind is compelled to confront questions it once avoided. Who am I beyond my achievements? What truly matters? What kind of life do I want to live? This confrontation can feel frightening because it shakes the foundations of identity. Yet Buddhism sees this shaking as an opportunity. Awakening does not always arrive through peaceful meditation in a quiet temple. Sometimes it begins in the middle of confusion, loss, or emotional exhaustion. When the old ways of living no longer bring satisfaction, space opens for new understanding. Depression, in this sense, can become a doorway rather than a prison. One of the most important insights in this lesson is the difference between pain and resistance to pain. Emotional pain is part of the human condition. Every person experiences disappointment, grief, uncertainty, and fear at different stages of life. However, suffering intensifies when you interpret these emotions as signs that something is wrong with your existence. Instead of allowing pain to move through you, you try to suppress it, escape it, or fight it. This resistance creates tension in both mind and body. Thoughts become repetitive, muscles tighten, sleep becomes disturbed. Over time, the original pain multiplies because of the struggle against it. Buddhism encourages a radical shift in attitude. Instead of asking, "Why am I broken?" you begin asking, "What is this pain trying to teach me?" This question transforms depression from an enemy into a messenger. It invites curiosity rather than judgment. You start observing your thoughts and emotions with mindfulness. You notice patterns that were previously invisible. Perhaps you realize that much of your stress comes from unrealistic expectations. Perhaps you see how attachment to certain outcomes creates anxiety. Perhaps you recognize how comparing yourself to others damages self-worth. These realizations do not happen overnight. They unfold gradually through patient awareness. Another aspect of awakening through pain is the discovery of inner strength. When depression first appears, it often feels like weakness. You may believe you are losing control or failing to cope. Yet surviving emotional storms requires tremendous resilience. Each day you continue moving forward, even in small ways, you are exercising courage. Buddhism reminds us that strength is not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it is the quiet determination to keep breathing, to keep trying, to keep searching for meaning despite uncertainty. Pain also deepens empathy. People who have experienced depression often develop a greater sensitivity to the suffering of others. They understand loneliness, fear, and hopelessness in a way that cannot be learned from books. This understanding can become a source of compassion. When you realize that many individuals are silently carrying similar burdens, the sense of isolation begins to soften. You feel connected to the shared human journey. Buddhism emphasizes that compassion is not only a moral virtue, but also a healing force. By caring for others, you create emotional warmth that counteracts inner darkness. Awakening through pain also involves re-evaluating priorities. Stress and depression frequently arise when life becomes unbalanced. You may invest all your energy in work, relationships, or societal expectations while neglecting your inner well-being. Pain acts as a signal that something needs adjustment. It encourages you to slow down and reflect. What activities truly nourish your mind? Which habits drain your energy? What values guide your decisions? Through this reflection, you begin aligning your actions with deeper purpose. Mindfulness practices play a crucial role in this transformation. Meditation, conscious breathing, and gentle observation of thoughts help create distance from emotional turbulence. Instead of being swept away by every wave of sadness, you learn to witness feelings as temporary experiences. This witnessing does not eliminate pain immediately, but it prevents identification with it. You realize that emotions arise and pass like clouds in the sky. The sky itself remains vast and open. In the same way, your awareness remains intact even when difficult feelings appear. Another powerful insight in Buddhism is the concept of impermanence. Depression often convinces the mind that current suffering will last forever. This belief intensifies despair. However, understanding impermanence introduces hope. Everything in life changes. Seasons shift. Circumstances evolve. Emotional states transform. Even the deepest sadness contains the seed of future renewal. By remembering this truth, you develop patience. You stop demanding instant relief and instead trust the gradual unfolding of healing. Awakening through pain also involves letting go of rigid self-images. Many people define themselves through roles or achievements. When these roles are threatened or lost, identity feels shattered. Buddhism teaches that the self is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic process. You are constantly changing. Depression can strip away superficial identities and reveal a more authentic sense of being. This process may feel uncomfortable, but it opens the door to genuine freedom. Another dimension of this lesson is learning to receive support. Awakening does not mean isolating yourself from others. While introspection is important, connection is equally vital. Sharing your struggles with trusted individuals reduces emotional burden. Seeking guidance from therapists, spiritual teachers, or supportive communities can accelerate healing. Buddhism recognizes the importance of Sangha, or spiritual community, as a source of encouragement and wisdom. Nature can also become a teacher during periods of depression. Observing cycles of decay and renewal reminds you that growth often follows hardship. A tree loses leaves in winter, but blossoms again in spring. A lotus flower rises from muddy water to reveal extraordinary beauty. These natural metaphors illustrate the possibility of transformation. Your pain does not define your final destination. It is part of a larger journey toward understanding. Awakening through pain ultimately leads to deeper self-acceptance. Instead of striving to eliminate every negative emotion, you learn to coexist with the full spectrum of human experience. Joy becomes more meaningful because you have known sorrow. Gratitude becomes more genuine because you have faced uncertainty. Inner peace emerges not from controlling life, but from embracing it with awareness. As this awakening unfolds, subtle changes occur in daily life. You respond to challenges with greater calm. You appreciate simple moments such as sunlight, conversation, or quiet breathing. You recognize that happiness is not a constant state, but a fluctuating experience. This realistic understanding reduces pressure and allows contentment to grow. In the long run, depression can become a turning point. It can redirect your path toward authenticity and wisdom. This does not mean glorifying suffering or ignoring the need for professional support. Rather, it means acknowledging that within pain lies potential for insight. Buddhism encourages balancing acceptance with practical action. You care for your mental health through therapy, lifestyle changes, and spiritual practice, while also trusting the deeper process of awakening. Through this lesson, you discover that you are not broken, you are evolving. The very experiences that once felt like evidence of failure can become sources of strength. Each moment of awareness, each act of compassion, each step toward understanding contributes to transformation. Awakening is not a dramatic event, but a gradual unfolding of clarity. When you finally see your pain through this lens, fear begins to dissolve. You realize that suffering is not an enemy to be defeated, but a teacher to be understood. This realization brings profound relief. The mind softens, the heart opens, and within the space created by acceptance, genuine healing begins to take root. In this way, the journey through stress and depression becomes more than a struggle for survival. It becomes a path toward awakening, wisdom, and inner freedom. You learn that even in darkness, the possibility of light remains. And by walking this path with patience and courage, you gradually discover the unshakable truth that your essence has never been broken. It has only been waiting to awaken. 26. Stop searching outside. The peace you want is already within you. There is a quiet pattern that many people follow without even realizing it. Whenever stress, sadness, or depression begins to rise, the mind immediately looks outward for solutions. It searches for something or someone that can remove the discomfort. Some people believe that peace will come when they earn more money. Others believe it will arrive when they find the perfect relationship, achieve recognition, or finally gain control over their circumstances. This constant searching outside creates a subtle but powerful illusion. It convinces you that happiness is a destination somewhere in the future, something you must chase, earn, or deserve. Buddhism gently challenges this belief by teaching that the peace you are looking for is not hidden in the world. It is already present within your own awareness, waiting to be recognized. When depression becomes heavy, this outward search becomes more desperate. You may try different distractions, overworking, endless scrolling, or even unhealthy habits just to escape the uncomfortable feelings. For a moment, these strategies might provide relief, but soon the same emptiness returns. This cycle can make you feel trapped, as if true happiness is always just out of reach. Buddhist wisdom explains that this happens because external experiences are temporary. They change, fade, or lose their excitement. When you depend entirely on them for emotional stability, you create a fragile foundation for your well-being. Understanding this lesson does not mean rejecting the world or withdrawing from life. It means shifting the direction of attention. Instead of constantly looking outward, you begin to explore your inner landscape with curiosity and patience. This inner exploration is not about analyzing every thought or forcing yourself to feel positive. It is about becoming aware of the quiet space of consciousness that exists beneath the surface of mental activity. Through mindfulness, meditation, or simple moments of stillness, you gradually discover that peace is not something you create, it is something you uncover. Imagine the mind as a lake. When the wind of stress blows strongly, the water becomes disturbed and unclear. You cannot see the depth because the surface is constantly moving. Most people respond by trying to change the environment, hoping the wind will stop. Buddhism suggests another approach. Instead of fighting the wind, you learn to observe the movement of the water without panic. As awareness deepens, the lake naturally begins to settle. Clarity returns not because you forced calmness, but because you allowed the mind to rest in its natural state. One of the reasons why people struggle to find inner peace is the habit of constant comparison. Social expectations, cultural pressures, and personal ambitions often create a sense that you must always be improving, achieving, or proving your worth. This mindset can intensify feelings of inadequacy and depression. Buddhism teaches that the search for validation outside yourself keeps the mind restless. True contentment arises when you stop measuring your life against the lives of others. By accepting your unique path and circumstances, you create space for genuine self-respect. Another important aspect of this lesson is the recognition that thoughts are not reliable indicators of reality. During stressful periods, the mind generates narratives that feel convincing, but are often distorted by fear or past conditioning. You may think that you are failing, that your future is hopeless, or that you are unworthy of love. These thoughts can dominate attention and shape emotional experience. Buddhism encourages observing thoughts as passing events rather than as permanent truths. When you learn to watch them without immediate identification, their influence weakens. You begin to sense a deeper presence within you that remains stable even when mental storms arise. This deeper presence is sometimes described as awareness, consciousness, or simply being. It is the part of you that notices experiences without being consumed by them. When you connect with this inner dimension, you realize that peace does not depend on controlling every external situation. It grows from understanding the nature of the mind itself. Meditation practices help cultivate this understanding by training attention to rest gently on the breath, bodily sensations, or the flow of thoughts. Over time, this training strengthens emotional resilience. The journey inward also involves facing uncomfortable emotions with courage. Many people avoid looking within because they fear encountering unresolved pain. They worry that silence will amplify sadness or anxiety. Buddhism acknowledges this fear but offers reassurance. By approaching inner experiences gradually and compassionately, you create a safe space for healing. Instead of suppressing feelings, you allow them to be seen and understood. This process reduces their intensity and prevents them from controlling behavior. Another transformation occurs when you stop seeking constant stimulation. Modern life often encourages distraction as a way to cope with discomfort. Yet excessive stimulation can exhaust the nervous system and deepen feelings of emptiness. Buddhist teachings emphasize the value of simplicity. Spending time in quiet reflection, nature, or mindful activity restores balance. These moments of simplicity remind you that peace is not dependent on excitement or novelty. It is found in the appreciation of ordinary experiences. Relationships also change when you discover inner peace. Instead of expecting others to complete you or solve your emotional struggles, you begin to interact from a place of wholeness. This shift reduces pressure and allows connections to become more authentic. You listen more deeply, communicate more honestly, and respect boundaries. Buddhism highlights the importance of compassion and interdependence while also encouraging personal responsibility for mental well-being. Another insight in this lesson is that searching outside often creates a sense of urgency. You feel as though time is running out and happiness must be achieved quickly. This urgency increases stress and prevents mindful living. When you turn inward, you realize that peace is available in the present moment. You do not need to wait for future success or perfect conditions. Each breath becomes an opportunity to reconnect with calmness. The discovery of inner peace does not mean that life will become free of challenges. Difficult situations will still arise. Loss, uncertainty, and change are part of existence. However, when your sense of stability comes from within, you respond to challenges with greater wisdom. You no longer feel completely dependent on circumstances for emotional security. This independence fosters confidence and reduces vulnerability to stress. Over time, the practice of turning inward leads to a deeper understanding of purpose. Instead of chasing goals solely for external approval, you begin to act from intrinsic values such as kindness, creativity, and service. These values provide lasting fulfillment because they align with the natural qualities of the heart. Buddhism teaches that when actions are guided by awareness and compassion, they contribute to both personal happiness and collective well-being. Nature offers powerful reminders of this truth. A mountain remains steady despite changing weather. A river flows without needing validation. Observing such examples can inspire trust in your own inner stability. Spending time in nature encourages reflection and helps quiet the mental noise that obscures peace. Another key realization is that inner peace is not a fixed state you achieve once and for all. It is a practice that requires continuous attention. Just as physical health depends on regular care, mental clarity grows through consistent mindfulness. There will be moments when stress returns and the mind becomes restless. Instead of feeling discouraged, you use these moments as reminders to reconnect with awareness. This lesson ultimately invites a profound shift in identity. You stop seeing yourself as a person who must constantly chase happiness. Instead, you recognize that happiness emerges naturally when you stop resisting the present moment. You understand that peace is not something added to your life. It is revealed when mental clutter settles. As this understanding deepens, the fear of depression begins to lessen. You realize that even during difficult periods, a quiet center of calm remains accessible. By returning to this center through breath, mindfulness, or gentle reflection, you gradually transform your relationship with suffering. Stress loses its power to define your entire experience. In this way, the search outside comes to an end, not through disappointment, but through realization. You see that the journey was always leading inward. The peace you sought in achievements, relationships, or distractions was never absent. It was simply unnoticed beneath layers of habit and expectation. When you begin to live from this inner awareness, life becomes less about proving yourself and more about understanding yourself. Actions arise from clarity rather than compulsion. Decisions are guided by wisdom rather than fear. Happiness becomes quieter but more stable. Through this lesson, Buddhism offers a gentle yet revolutionary message. You are not incomplete. You do not need to become someone else to deserve peace. By turning attention inward with patience and compassion, you discover that the calm you have been searching for has been present within you all along. This realization marks the beginning of true freedom from the cycles of stress and depression. 27. When you stop running from yourself, your life finally begins. There is a hidden exhaustion that many people carry without fully understanding where it comes from. It is not only the exhaustion of work, responsibilities, or daily challenges. It is the exhaustion of constantly running away from one's own inner world. Many individuals spend years trying to escape uncomfortable thoughts, painful memories, unresolved emotions, or difficult truths about themselves. They stay busy not because they love what they are doing, but because stillness feels threatening. Silence becomes frightening because it brings them face to face with feelings they have avoided for too long. Over time, this avoidance creates a deep inner tension. The body may appear active, the life may seem functional, but inside there is a sense of disconnection, confusion, and quiet sadness. Buddhism teaches that true healing begins not when you fix everything outside, but when you finally stop running from yourself. When depression or intense stress enters life, the usual escape routes often stop working. Distractions lose their effectiveness. Achievements no longer provide lasting satisfaction. Even relationships may feel draining rather than supportive. This moment can feel terrifying because it exposes a reality you may have ignored for years. Yet within this exposure lies the seed of awakening. Buddhism does not see this confrontation as a punishment. It sees it as an invitation to come home to yourself. Instead of searching for endless external solutions, you begin to turn inward with honesty and courage. Stopping the habit of running away requires patience. The mind has been conditioned to avoid discomfort for a long time. At first, sitting quietly with your thoughts may feel overwhelming. Memories may arise. Emotions may feel intense. You might question whether facing these experiences will make things worse. Buddhist wisdom offers reassurance. Avoidance strengthens fear, while mindful presence gradually reduces it. When you allow yourself to observe inner experiences without judgment, they begin to lose their grip. You realize that thoughts are not permanent threats. Emotions are not unstoppable storms. They are waves that rise, peak, and eventually dissolve. This process also reveals the difference between pain and identity. Many people unconsciously define themselves through their struggles. They say, "I am anxious," or "I am depressed," as if these states are permanent characteristics. Buddhism encourages a different perspective. It teaches that you are not the emotions you experience. You are the awareness that notices them. This shift in understanding creates emotional space. Instead of feeling trapped inside sadness, you begin to witness it from a position of calm observation. Over time, this witnessing builds resilience. Another important aspect of stopping the escape is recognizing the role of self-compassion. When you finally face your inner world, you may encounter guilt or regret about past decisions. You might criticize yourself for mistakes or missed opportunities. This self-judgment can intensify suffering. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of kindness toward oneself during this journey. Healing does not occur through punishment, it unfolds through understanding. By acknowledging your humanity and accepting imperfection, you create conditions for genuine transformation. As you continue practicing mindful awareness, you may notice subtle shifts in perception. Situations that once triggered immediate anxiety now feel more manageable. Instead of reacting impulsively, you pause and respond thoughtfully. This pause is powerful. It allows wisdom to guide your actions rather than fear or habit. Buddhism teaches that freedom arises in this space between stimulus and response. When you stop running from yourself, you gain access to this space more frequently. Facing your inner world also deepens authenticity. Many people wear emotional masks to fit societal expectations. They suppress vulnerability and pretend to be constantly strong. Over time, this performance becomes exhausting. When you allow yourself to be honest about your feelings, you begin to live more genuinely. Relationships improve because they are based on truth rather than appearance. You attract connections that support growth rather than reinforce avoidance. Nature offers profound metaphors for this lesson. Consider a seed buried in the soil. Before it can grow into a strong tree, it must break open in darkness. This breaking is not destruction, but transformation. Similarly, confronting your inner pain may feel like falling apart, yet it is often the beginning of new life. Buddhism encourages trusting this process. Growth rarely happens in comfort zones. It emerges when you are willing to face uncertainty with courage. Another realization that emerges during this journey is the impermanent nature of all experiences. Depression often creates the illusion that current suffering will last forever. By observing the changing flow of thoughts and emotions, you begin to understand that nothing remains fixed. Even the heaviest sadness contains moments of lightness. Even the deepest confusion includes flashes of clarity. This understanding fosters hope. You learn that healing is not a single dramatic event, but a gradual unfolding. Stopping the escape also transforms your relationship with time. When you are constantly running from yourself, the mind lives either in regret about the past or worry about the future. Rarely does it rest in the present moment. Buddhism teaches that the present is the only place where life truly happens. By grounding attention in immediate experience, breathing, walking, listening, you reconnect with reality. This reconnection reduces mental noise and creates a sense of stability. As inner awareness deepens, you may begin to discover new sources of meaning. Instead of chasing external validation, you find fulfillment in simple acts of kindness, creativity, or learning. These activities nourish the heart because they arise from intrinsic motivation. Buddhism highlights the importance of right intention and mindful action. When your actions align with inner values, stress decreases and satisfaction grows. Community support can also play a vital role. While introspection is essential, sharing your journey with trusted individuals reduces isolation. Buddhism emphasizes the concept of sangha, or spiritual community, as a source of encouragement. Conversations with people who understand your struggles can provide perspective and hope. Together, you create an environment where healing becomes a shared process rather than a solitary burden. Physical awareness is another dimension of stopping the escape. Emotional tension often manifests in the body through fatigue, restlessness, or discomfort. Practices such as mindful movement, yoga, or conscious breathing help release stored stress. By reconnecting with bodily sensations, you anchor attention in the present moment. This grounding prevents the mind from spiraling into endless rumination. Over time, the habit of running away begins to fade. You develop confidence in your ability to face challenges directly. Life still presents difficulties, but they no longer feel like threats to your identity. Instead, they become opportunities for growth. Buddhism teaches that wisdom emerges from experience when it is approached with awareness. One of the most profound outcomes of this lesson is the rediscovery of inner peace. This peace is not dependent on perfect circumstances. It arises from acceptance of reality as it is. When you stop fighting your own mind, you create harmony within. This harmony extends to interactions with others and with the environment. You become less reactive and more compassionate. Eventually, you may realize that running from yourself was never a sustainable strategy. It delayed healing and increased suffering. By choosing to turn inward, you initiate a transformative process that leads to clarity and freedom. Depression may still appear at times, but it no longer defines your entire existence. You understand that emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent residents. In this way, life truly begins when avoidance ends. You start living consciously rather than mechanically. Each moment becomes meaningful because you are fully present. Decisions reflect wisdom rather than fear. Relationships deepen because they are rooted in authenticity. The journey toward inner understanding becomes a source of strength rather than a burden. Through this lesson, Buddhism offers a powerful reminder. You do not need to run from your thoughts, emotions, or past experiences. By meeting them with mindfulness and compassion, you transform them into teachers. The path may be challenging, but it leads to liberation from cycles of stress and depression. When you finally stop running from yourself, you discover that what you feared most was also the doorway to your greatest growth. Your life does not begin when problems disappear. It begins when you learn to face them with awareness. In that moment, healing becomes possible, and a new chapter of wisdom and inner freedom unfolds. If you have listened this far, something important is already happening inside you. Even if your life has not changed yet, even if your problems are still present, even if your heart still feels heavy, the simple act of seeking understanding is a powerful step toward healing. Many people remain trapped in silent suffering because they never pause to reflect on their inner world. They keep moving, distracting themselves, hoping that time alone will solve everything. But you chose to stop and listen. You chose to explore your mind. And that choice itself is the beginning of transformation. Buddhist wisdom teaches that healing is not a sudden miracle. It is a gradual unfolding, like the slow opening of a flower at sunrise. At first, the changes are almost invisible. You may still feel anxious or sad. You may still struggle with old habits or painful memories. But deep beneath the surface, awareness is growing. Understanding is taking root. The mind is learning new ways to respond to stress instead of repeating automatic patterns. This quiet inner work is more powerful than any external solution because it changes the foundation of how you experience life. Throughout this journey, you have discovered that suffering is not proof of weakness. It is a signal that something within you needs attention, care, and compassion. You have learned that thoughts are not permanent truths, that emotions rise and fall like waves, and that peace does not depend entirely on circumstances. These realizations may seem simple, but they carry profound strength. When practiced consistently, they reshape the way you see yourself and the world. There will still be difficult days. Healing does not mean the absence of challenges. Life will continue to bring uncertainty, loss, and unexpected change. However, you are no longer the same person who felt completely overwhelmed by these experiences. You now carry tools of awareness, patience, and inner kindness. You know how to pause and breathe instead of reacting immediately. You know how to observe your thoughts instead of believing every story the mind creates. You know how to treat yourself gently instead of harshly judging your own struggles. One of the most beautiful aspects of this path is the rediscovery of hope. Depression often convinces the mind that nothing will improve, that the future is only an extension of present pain. But hope does not come from blind optimism. It grows from understanding impermanence. Everything changes. Just as storms eventually pass and skies become clear, emotional states also transform. By remembering this truth, you create space for possibility. You allow yourself to believe that peace can return, even if you cannot see it yet. Another important realization is that healing is not something you must achieve alone. Buddhism emphasizes connection, compassion, and shared humanity. When you open your heart to others, when you speak honestly about your experiences, when you offer kindness or receive support, you strengthen the foundation of emotional resilience. Isolation feeds suffering, while connection nurtures recovery. Each moment of understanding between human beings becomes a small light in the darkness. As you move forward from this point, try to carry these lessons not as heavy responsibilities, but as gentle reminders. You do not need to become perfect. You do not need to eliminate every negative thought. You only need to remain aware. Each day offers new opportunities to practice mindfulness, to choose compassion, and to align your actions with deeper values. Sometimes progress will feel slow. Sometimes you may feel like you are moving backward. This is part of the process. Growth is rarely linear. What matters is your willingness to continue. Remember that happiness is not a permanent state that must be maintained at all costs. It is a natural response that arises when the mind becomes less burdened by fear, attachment, and self-criticism. By simplifying your expectations and appreciating small moments, a peaceful breath, a quiet walk, a meaningful conversation, you gradually cultivate contentment. This contentment becomes a steady background presence that supports you during challenging times. In Buddhist philosophy, the lotus flower symbolizes transformation. It grows in muddy water, yet it rises above the surface with remarkable beauty. Your struggles can serve a similar purpose. The very experiences that once felt like obstacles can become sources of wisdom. They teach you patience, they deepen empathy, they reveal the strength you did not know you possessed. When you see your pain through this lens, it loses its power to define you. Instead, it becomes part of a larger story of awakening. As this video comes to an end, take a moment to notice your breath. Feel the simple rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. This rhythm has been with you since the day you were born. It continues without effort, reminding you that life itself supports you even during difficult times. Let this awareness ground you. Let it remind you that you are still here, still capable of growth, still worthy of peace. Your healing is already in motion. Each insight you gain, each moment of mindfulness you practice, each act of kindness you offer to yourself or others contributes to a gradual transformation. The path may be long, but it is meaningful. With patience, courage, and compassion, you can move beyond cycles of stress and depression and discover a deeper sense of freedom. Trust the process, trust your inner strength, and remember that even in the darkest moments, the possibility of light remains within you.